From Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York, CBS Radio Sports presents the 1978 World Series on the CBS Radio Network and around the world through American Forces Radio. Hello, everyone. This is Ralph Kiner, along with Win Elliot and Ross Porter, getting set for this fourth game between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the New York Yankees. This broadcast is sponsored by the Ford Motor Credit Company, the people who want to give you credit for being you. By the A.B. Dick Company, makers of the 990 copier and the Magna 2. By Kenny, the Great American Shoe Store. By Quality Inns, the most comfortable place under the sun. And by Melrose Coffee and Grain Beverage. Great coffee taste without bitterness.
And this fourth game of the 1978 World Series between the Dodgers and the Yankees is sponsored in part by Getty Oil and by General Tire.
Well, after a spectacular win last night here at Yankee Stadium, the Yankees winning 5-1 through the spectacular fielding of Greg Nettles, we go into the fourth game of this best-of-7 for the first time with weather conditions less than ideal. This morning saw light rain falling, and it continued throughout the morning, finally stopping at about 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Having played left field here at Yankee Stadium, today's play could be decided by the wet field, the strong wind blowing out to left field, and the occasional bright sunshine breaking through the clouds. We'll be back to talk to Roy White of the New York Yankees about baseball's toughest left field right after this message.
When do you say Budweiser?
Whenever the moment is right for a great beer.
When do you say Budweiser?
Whenever the good times are moving to right here.
After the work is done, while you're still having fun, anytime's the right time to say it. When do you say Budweiser? Buzz the beer for any time at all.
When do you say Budweiser?
The smile on your face tells the world what you're thinking.
'Cause when you say Budweiser,
the number one beer is what you'll be drinking. After the work is done, while you're still having fun, the king of beers is waiting for your call.
when you say Budweiser,
You've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Well, the Yankees scored first in last night's ballgame on a home run by Roy White. We talked to Roy about that home run and other conditions in left field. Let's listen to it.
The count was 3-2, and I was just looking for a strike over the plate. I didn't want to swing anything that was bad, so Sutton got the ball a little high in the strike zone, and I hit it pretty good. I knew it was out, but I was just concerned whether it would stay fair or go foul. But after it got halfway out there, it straightened out for me, and it was really a tremendous thrill for me.
So the first Major League home run for Roy White in a World Series. And Roy, what about the outfield conditions here at Yankee Stadium? Left field is certainly renowned, if you can use the word that way, for being more notorious as one of the most difficult left fields in baseball to play, if not the most difficult.
It should be pretty tough out there today. It'll be wet, but I don't think there'll be any puddles out there because the drainage in Yankee Stadium in the outfield is very good. But the wind conditions and the sun will make it extremely difficult for this 3:30 starting time today.
And so the ball game coming up, and a tough outfield, and no rain in sight, we hope.
Right, I'd like to keep this thing going. I don't want to have any days off now.
With the Yankees winning last night 5-1, they have won their first game of this series, and they trail the Dodgers by a margin of 2-1. Only 6 times have teams come back from an 0-2 start. The 21 Giants, that was when they played a 9-game series, best of 9. Brooklyn in 1955, the Dodgers, of course, in Brooklyn. The Yankees in 1956 and 1958, the Dodgers in 1965, and the Pirates in 1971. So the Yankees trying to become the 7th to come back from a 0-2 start in the World Series play. Yankees coming up with 5 runs on 10 hits to win the ball game, as Guidry was the winning pitcher yesterday. Guidry was certainly not the pitcher that saw him win 25 ball games last year. He was forcing the ball. He walked 7 men more than he has walked in any game that he has pitched this season. We'll continue in just a moment.
Someday you'll own. Someday you'll own. Sooner or later you'll own Generals.
Don't buy tires until you visit your General Tire headquarters. You'll find a tire that's right for you and a price that's set for today's budget. Choose from steel-belted radial, glass-belted polyester cord, and economical 4-ply nylon cord tire. Or go with the sporty look of wide leather whites. They all incorporate General's 62 years of tire building know-how. Quality, choice, price. General has the tire for you. Check your yellow pages for the General Tire headquarters nearest you.
Sooner or later you'll own Generals. Sooner or later you'll own Generals.
Well, the starting pitchers in this fourth game will be Ed Figueroa, who is 30 years of age today, and he is the only native-born Puerto Rican to win 20 games in the major leagues. Figueroa, over the last 4 years, has seen only 2 pitchers in the American League that have won more games than Ed. Jim Palmer with 86 and Dennis Leonard with 73. Figgy has won 71 over that period, and he'll be opposed by left-hander Tommy John, who was the winner in the first game of this World Series this year. We had this to talk to about with Tommy John as he talks about the field conditions here at Yankee Stadiums and the possibility of what might take place.
I think with the rain and possibility of making the infield a little slower, it's going to help me because of all the ground balls that I throw. You know, if we could really move the infield from Shea over here, it'd be even better.
You like that slow infield over there?
That's great for me because, you know, for a grass infield, a natural grass infield, the Yankee Stadium is pretty quick. It's pretty fast, and the slower, thicker grass makes it much easier for me. You know, our infielders have pretty good range the way it is, and the only thing we have to do, we have to try and keep the ball away from nettles.
Of course, one of the things that you have going for you at Dodger Stadium, that infield there is like the Santa Ana Freeway. It's hard as a brick.
Yes, it's, you know, where it's really tough on me is right in front of home plate. It's real hard, and I've given up a lot of big, high, chopping, bouncing base hits that bounces over the third baseman's head, and that's tough on a ground ball pitcher, but, you know, one thing about a hard infield, the ball gets to the infielder quicker, so they might be able to turn to a little easier.
Tommy John won 17 and lost 10 in the regular season, and he outpitched Ed Figueroa in the first game of this World Series. Tommy becoming the winning pitcher, now with a record of 1-0. So Tommy John, who was 17-10 this year, 20-7 last year, the starting pitcher for this ball game here today. We'll return in 1 minute.
At Kinney, we couldn't improve on our boots, so we improved on our price. Now through October 23rd, up to $5 off on boots to go at the Great American Shoe Store.
I'd like a pair of the 14-inch snoot boots to take out, please.
Certainly, sir. Now, would you like that with a little zip on the side?
A zip, yeah.
A big selection of boots to go at Kinney, all current and up to $5 off. Boots for every member of the family.
Tell you what.
What?
Give me 1 snoot, the padded lining,
okay,
and 1 horse boot. And hold the stitching on that, could you?
You've got it, partner.
We couldn't improve our boots, so we improved our price, up to $5 off. But remember, now through October 23rd only.
I'd like 1 tan heel with strap, and 1 brick wedge, please.
Yes.
And maybe for my young daughter, the whip
stitch boot special.
How did you know?
Well, boots to go at Kinney. Fast and friendly service. Step up to Kinney and place your order now. And really step out in boots to go. From Kinney, the Great American Shoe Store.
Well, the World Series is the Commissioner's Series, and Bowie Kuhn, the Commissioner of Baseball, was around here earlier and was available for some conversation. This is World Series number 75, the Diamond Jubilee, and this is what Bowie had to say about it.
The 75th anniversary, Ralph, is really, I think, a terrifically memorable occasion. It really gives us a chance to focus again on the tremendous excitement the series has created, really since almost the start of the century. It's been a fantastic thing, and I think we're looking at another chapter unfolding right here.
very happy with the fact that it is not a sweep, because that does keep it going. The excitement goes on and on. It's certainly worth it.
I don't think there's ever been a commissioner who wanted to see a sweep. No, I'm very happy with it. When it stands 2-1, that's a nice way to have it as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it all started with Barney Dreyfuss of the Pittsburgh Pirates, who sent an invitation to the Boston Red Sox back in the early 1900s for a meeting between the two leagues, and look what we got now.
That's right. And if you look back over the history, we were doing something for the current World Series program, just trying to pick the 10 most exciting moments in World Series history. And there's no way you can really sensibly narrow it down to 10. We tried to do it, but there's so many over the years that are exciting, and perhaps none more exciting than this 1975 series between the Reds and the Red Sox. What a fantastic series, and that 6th game, who'll ever forget it?
That was one of the great moments of baseball history, and of course, we saw a ball game yesterday where a third baseman did something that doesn't happen very often.
Well, you know, that takes me back to the 1970 World Series between the Orioles and the Reds, when Brooks Robinson so dominated the series with his defensive play, and nobody could look at Nettles yesterday and not think about Brooks Robinson.
It was brought up many times. Thank you.
Okay, Ralph. Nice to be with you.
Well, the Dodgers have won 2 games. The Yankees have won 1, and game number 4 about to get underway. Tommy John pitching for the Dodgers. Ed Figueroa going for the Yankees. Field condition could be a little bit wet. They did not take batting practice, but they are taking infield practice. It's overcast, but a warm afternoon. So we'll be coming into the 4th game of this World Series very shortly. We'll return to Yankee Stadium in 1 minute on the CBS Radio Network. This is Ralph Kiner, CBS Radio Sports.
Fill her with Getty unleaded regular, please.
Hey, Clarice, you see that guy getting gas across the island? You know who that is?
No, Lester.
That guy is Jackie Stewart. Do you realize he's won 3 world driving championships? Hey, Jackie, what you doing here?
Buying gasoline.
You use Getty, too? Hey, Clarice, Jackie Stewart uses the same gasoline as Lester J. Boyle.
Well, you're in the big time now, Lester.
Hey, Jack, do you know something about Getty us regular everyday drivers don't know?
I know Getty unleaded regular burns clean like an unleaded.
I knew that.
But it's got the power of a regular gasoline.
Well, I knew that.
And it costs a few cents less than most other major unleadeds.
Is that important to great racing drivers?
To great Scottish racing drivers, it is.
Getty unleaded regular. More power for less money.
WCBS, New York.
From Yankee Stadium, when Elliot and Ross Porter, CBS Radio is pleased to present the 4th game of the World Series between the Los Angeles Dodgers and the New York Yankees. The Yankees won it last night 5-1. They trail in games 2-1. The starting lineups are being introduced. The pitchers, the most important of all, will be the pitchers as on opening day of this series. Tommy John for the Dodgers and Ed Figueroa for the New York Yankees. One change in the Yankee lineup. Paul Blair will start in place of Mickey Rivers in center field. And for the Dodgers, it'll be Billy North in center. And the designated hitter will be Rick Monday instead of Lee Lacy. That's about the story as we're getting ready to start. The 2 teams have been introduced. Bob Lemon and Tom LaSorda have just shaken hands over home plate. The umpires come out. We might give you those while we have time. The American League, Springstead, Pulley, Kibler, Brinkman, Haller, and Vargo as you go around from the right field, around a second, and then back left field and home. Robert Merrill is here, as he was the other night, to honor America with the singing of our national anthem. And that comes now.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rock is regular. The bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
We'll be right back after this word.
Don Knotts for Mailgram.
You know, when I throw a party for someone I'm very fond of, I have an easy way to send out the invitations. I make one phone call to Western Union, and they send a mailgram message to everyone on my list. Come to a surprise party! The old impact of a telegram, at a fraction of the cost, really turns them out. Of course, they didn't stay long when they found out the party was for me.
But next time you throw a party, call Western Union and send mailgram invitations.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your code to contact.
Can your cold medicine fight the congestion, shrink the swollen membranes, help relieve the runny, sneezy, cloggy misery caused by every known cold virus? Are you sure? Contact can. Today's Contact does all that up to 12 hours, all day, all night, no matter what cold virus attacks. That's the wonder of Contact.
Give your code to contact.
Take only as directed.
Yankee Stadium, Winali and Ross Porter about to get going with game number 4 in the World Series. The Dodgers holding a 2-1 edge. You've probably heard a lot about the weather this morning. Well, it did rain early this morning, but it's cleared up. There are some gray clouds scudding from right to left, that is from the right field foul line towards the left field foul line. They don't carry much of a message of rain, but they are there, and so we have reported. If anybody gets a break on a ball up into the sky today, it'll be the fellows who hit from the right side of the plate. And the way this park is put together, they deserve a break, 387 to 430 feet before they can find the clouds. Well, as I've said, I don't think it's going to rain, but then, of course, I'm not a meteorologist. The clouds are there, but they're always there. And it's so pleasant just sitting here rather than having the heat. The weatherman says 90% chance of rain. I think there's a 90% chance he's wrong. So there. So as we go in game number 4, as we've said, it's Figueroa and Tommy John. Mrs. Lou Gehrig is down there to throw the opening pitch out to Thurman Munson. And she did. Thurman caught it, the handshake, and we're almost ready to go. In the opening game of this series, as you know, Tommy John was the winner over Figueroa. In fact, the Yankee end only lasted less than 2 innings. He pitched 1 inning and gave up 5 runs and 5 hits. He lost to the Dodgers 11-5. Sinker ball pitcher John went 7 2/3 innings. He was relieved for Terry Forster, and he got the win. He beat the Yankees. Last year, he lost to them the 3rd game. He lost 5-3, and he went 6 innings. He's been a busy guy, this Tommy John. 17 wins and 10 losses, 172 to 133 is his overtime, the all-time figures. As you recall, in the league playoffs, he shut out the Phils 4-0. Today, according to the Wiseacres, one of the reasons for starting John in the first game was because he had a National League umpire to work with. Well, I don't know why the reverse is not true, but today he's pitching to an American League umpire. Both starters are starting with 3 days rest. Of course, Figueroa only went a part of an inning, so he should be thoroughly rested. He did not pitch in last year's World Series. He is 30 years old today, and he would like nothing better than to add his 21st win of the season. He was 20-9 on this year. In the playoffs, he spent a short time on the hill, too. He lost to Kansas City 10-4. Against KC, he only went an inning. So in postseason play so far, he's gone 2 1/3 innings. During the year, Figueroa was a streaky pitcher. He went 5 for 6. Then lost 3 in a row. Then he won 6 out of 8. He finished the season winning his 8th straight in a row and 13 out of the last 15. So, question mark, Ed Figueroa, what happens to him when the month of October comes around? Tommy John, been around. You probably know about the operation on the left arm. Parts of the right arm inserted to bring him back whole again. He figures every day, every game he plays is in his favor. So he has that kind of rocking chair philosophy, and it sure stands him well in times of pressure like today. So we're ready to go as the Yankees take the field. The broadcast, of course, presented by authority of the Major League Baseball, intended solely for private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of the game without the express written consent of Major League Baseball is prohibited. Ed is out there. His catcher Thurman Munson has taken his position. We've given you the umpires, and we're seconds away from the start of the game. Davy Lopes, the Brooklyn Dodgers second baseman, will be the first batter. Rain doesn't look like it under any circumstances right now. Probably be pouring in 3 innings. Well, Ross, getting yourself ready?
All ready to go, Win. I think I agree with you. I think we got some blue skies up there. We'll get this one in today. Big ball game for both ball clubs, of course, but especially for the Yankees. If the Yankees win this afternoon, then they assure themselves of going back to Southern California for Game 6 on Tuesday night at Dodger Stadium. And it'll be up to the native-born Puerto Rican Ed Figueroa to get them even today as he duels Tommy John. Figueroa, who is a birthday boy, as Wynn told you, turning 30 today, has not done too well in his 2 postseason appearances so far this year. He pitched 1 inning against Kansas City in the playoffs. He allowed 5 runs, and then he came back against the Dodgers and gave up 3 runs in Los Angeles in the first game of the series. So 1 inning against the Royals, 1 2/3 innings against the Dodgers, and Figgy hopes he's able to solve his problems, and he is very happy to be back at Yankee Stadium. He enjoys pitching off this mound, and today he has an American League umpire behind the plate, 41-year-old Marty Springstead. In his second World Series, will call balls and strikes. Paul Blair wanted to get some sunglasses, Win, so that's what we're waiting for.
Well, I just wanted to mention that folks could pay attention to the description that Figueroa is in trouble when he can't get the ball down. If in this first inning you're calling them wide high, just plain high and high, you will know, we'll all know he's in trouble. He depends upon his curveball, a change of pace. He's a pitcher, not a thrower. He's been perhaps the most consistent of the Yankee pitchers outside of Guidry this year. And now the ripple of anticipation, and we're ready to go, Ross.
And the captain of the Dodgers, Davy Lopes, who homered off Figueroa in Los Angeles, as did Dusty Baker in Game 1, steps in. Lopes has not been on base in the first inning in about 3 weeks, and he takes a high strike from Ed Figueroa. Lopes 4 for 14 in the series, 5 runs batted in, 2 home runs, all in Game 1. The next one misses outside for a ball, 1-1. The Wonder Man at third base, Greg Nettles, in parallel with the bag at third. Bucky Dent at short. Fred Stanley starting at second base today. Chris Chambliss at first. No windup delivery by Figueroa. Breaking ball for a called strike 2, and it's 1-2 to Lopes. Thurman Munson doing the catching. Roy White in left field. Paul Blair in center. Lou Piniella in right. On deck, Bill Russell and Reggie Smith to follow. Top of the first inning, Yankee Stadium, New York. Game 4 of the 1978 World Series. The 1-2 pitch to Lopes. High, ball 2, 2-2. Figueroa will throw a lot of sliders, a good fastball. The first native-born Puerto Rican to win 20 games in any major league season. The 2-2 pitch, check swing high, ball 3. An appeal made to first, but National League umpire Frank Pulley said Lopes didn't go around. So full count to the Dodger captain, trying to get on base in the first inning. He hasn't done that in the last 13 Dodger games. To open. The windup and the 3-2 pitch. Pop foul back, out of play. Another great crowd on hand at Yankee Stadium. We had 56,447 here last night, and jam-packed again this afternoon. Ed Figueroa, 20-9 during the regular season, winds and delivers 3-2. There's a fly ball to right field, fairly deep. Piniella is there, though, and makes a catch.
Lou was a little uncertain on that one. He was fading back much further than he had to, then realized what was going. He came in and he made the catch. And this crowd, along with yours truly and Ross, are just watching every pitch in this first inning, because this could be the story of the game as far as the pitching of Ed Figueroa is concerned.
Here's the man with the most base hits in this World Series, Bill Russell, who has 6. He bunts. Thurman Munson out to get it. Figueroa down to get it. Figueroa's throw. He throws it in the back of Munson, but he wouldn't have gotten Russell anyway. Figgy tried to grip the ball and throw it. Munson almost ran into him. And to add insult to injury, Figueroa threw it and hit Munson in the back. And Thurman has a big laugh as he comes back behind the home plate area to get his mask. Russell bunted and beat it out. He did it 7 times successfully during the National League season, and he's aboard with 1 out here in the first.
Ball just slipped out of Figueroa's hand, and it plunked Thurman. Well, it hit him. He'll be able to sit down all right.
Reggie Smith, 3 for 13 in the series with 1 run batted in. Russell aboard with his 7th hit of this series. Figueroa goes over to first, and Russell back on the bag. The Yankees acquired Figueroa and Mickey Rivers, who is again out of the Yankee lineup today, primarily because the left-hander Tommy John is pitching. The Yanks got the 2 of them from the Angels in December of 1975 for Bobby Bonds. Figueroa again throws to first, and Russell back ahead of Chambliss's tag. The Dodgers need Reggie Smith to catch fire. Reggie, plagued by 2 troublesome injuries during the year. He hurt his shoulder in Montreal in June, was out a couple of weeks, and then he strained his back in San Francisco in September. Missed 13 of the last 18 Dodger games. Fastball is outside to Smith, ball 1. Reggie batting left-handed today against Figueroa. That's his power side. He has 23 of his 29 home runs hitting left-handed. He is a better breaking ball hitter from the right side. The stretch by Figueroa. He looks at Russell. The 1-0 pitch to Smith. High and away, ball 2. 2-0. On deck, Steve Garvey. Over the last 4 years, only 2 pitchers in the American League have won more games than Figueroa. He's won 71. Jim Palmer and Dennis Leonard are the others. There's a fastball swung on a miss by Smith. 2-1. Again, we point out that the dimensions here at Yankee Stadium favor home run hitters who can pull the ball sharply. 310 feet down the right field line, 312 to left field. And then it gets deep in a hurry. The stretch by Figueroa. The 2-1 pitch to Smith. High, ball 3, 3-1. Figueroa often clashed with Billy Martin, and in fact, he left the club for a short period during last year's World Series. But Bob Lemon allowed Figueroa to pitch every 4th day after he took over the Yankees, and Figgy won 9 of his first 10 decisions under Lim. Russell goes, 3-1 pitch to ball 4, high to Smith, and the Dodgers have 2 runners in the first inning. So he's been high, Win.
Yeah, he has. However, not as high as when he's going high, like a balloon, that is. He's been, I believe, overly careful in this first inning and a little unsettled by the unexpected bunt signal by Bill Russell.
Steve Garvey does not have a run batted in the series in the first 3 games, which is surprising. He is 4 for 12, though. And he's got 2 mates out there with 1 out in the first inning this afternoon. The Dodgers put 15 men on base here last night against Ron Guidry, and only 1 of them scored, thanks to Greg Nettles. There's a slider down and away. Good stop by Munson. Ball 1 to Garvey. Ron Guidry last night snapped that string the Dodgers had of hitting at least 1 home run in their past 7 World Series encounters. Russell and Smith take their leads. The 1-0 pitch to Garvey. Slider line to right field. Piniella comes up. He's got it. They're going to double off. Smith at first. The throw back. No, he got back in. Now they go to second, and Russell is easily doubled up. Russell was standing on third base. I was surprised when Piniella threw to Chambliss because Russell was the man who was farthest off. Reggie Smith got back because the ball took an unexpected bounce before it got to Chambliss. But the Yankees get a double play anyway. 9-3-6. As Russell was so sure that Garvey's line drive was going to drop that he had streaked to third base and was hung out the drive. No runs, one hit, one left. And at the end of a half an inning, the Dodgers nothing. And the Yankees coming up to face Tommy John for the first time.
Here's Barsman and McCormick for Quantel Business Computers.
Well, today we're talking with another captain of industry. Sir, could you tell us about your company?
Yes, I have a company where I braid people's legs and I manufacture merry-go-round horse eyes. It's a conglomerate.
Oh, sounds complex. Tell me, how do you control this conglomerate?
Very simple. I use a Quantel Business Computer.
Oh, you're a computer expert, too.
Are you kidding? I don't know a thing about computers. I used to think that software was a programmer's long john.
Yes, then why a Quantel Business Computer?
Because it speaks my language.
What language is that?
English, my friend, English.
Oh, you mean like how now, brown cow?
That's the idea. And with Quantel's plain English programming, I didn't have to hire some white-coated wizard to help me run my business. And with the money I saved, I was able to acquire another company for my conglomerate.
What company was that?
A chain of coin-operated marriage chapels.
For Quantel information, call toll-free 800-227-1894. In California, call 415-783-3410. Collect.
No score in the Dodger half of the first inning here at Yankee Stadium this afternoon, and there's been some peculiar base running and outfield play in the last two games. Last night, Garvey hit a long fly over center fielder Mickey Rivers' head. He threw in towards second, and shortstop Bucky Dent just stood there and let the ball go through him. Garvey, seeing that, ran on to third. They gave Dent an error on that play. Roy White caught a fly ball in deep left center field. Dusty Baker was standing on second. White threw towards second. Baker, realizing it was such a long way in, and then the relay would have to be just as long, just went on to third base. And then this latter play, the line drive to right field by Garvey. It was a smartly hit ball. Surely Russell thought it might drop in, but you can commit yourself just halfway or enough so that you could scramble back. Russell didn't. He went to third, watched Piniella throw the ball. Piniella catch the ball. Piniella actually threw to first, and Russell made no move, and he was easily doubled up first to short, covering second. So they say that it's fun and games, and the guys are real loose in the clubhouse before the game, as they are. I can vouch for that. But sometimes when they get on the field, I think the importance of what they're doing begins to get them, and what they're taught at Vero Beach or at Sarasota goes out the window. Well, there's Tommy John, the miracle man, the man who thought he'd never play baseball again after that injury to his left elbow, but here he is back. A double-figure winner almost every year. Again, a fine year for Tommy, 17-10, winner of the first game of the World Series, and now he faces the first Yankee batter, Paul Blair, the center fielder.
Tommy John, after that miraculous surgery and comeback, has won 47 games in the last 3 seasons, including 37 over the past 2 years. And his first pitch to Paul Blair, breaking ball, check swing, strike, says Frank Pulley. So Marty Springstead asked for help from his first base umpire. Now Blair sticks his palms up in the air looking at Pulley as if to say, no way. But the breaking ball tied Blair up, and he could not check his swing in time. Blair leading off, 1 for 2 in the series. Grounds one foul outside of third. Dick Hauser coaching at third for the Yankees. Gene Michael at first. The Dodger coaches, Preston Gomez at third and Jim Lefebvre at first. And Preston was trying to get Russell to retreat to second base on the line drive for Piniella, but couldn't do it. There's a tapper out toward John. Tough play, rolling down the third base side, base hit. About a 35-foot single up along third on the grass by Paul Blair. So the Dodgers get a bunt single from Russell on the top of the first. And Blair comes right back for an infield single in the bottom of the first. And Blair's still talking with Frank Pulley as he stands on first base. That's the Tommy John style game. Make him hit it into the ground. In Philadelphia, in the second playoff game this year, 21 of the 27 Philly outs were on ground balls. Here's Roy White, who hit a first-inning home run last night, batting left-handed. He turns around and bats from the right side against Tommy John. John stretches. Blair goes. The pitch, a ground ball to second to Lopes. His only play is to first, and Blair goes into second sliding. So by sending Blair, the Yankees stayed out of the double play. As White hit a grass cutter to Davy Lopes, who looked to Bill Russell, but knew he didn't have a chance, and got the front man, the hitter, Roy White, instead. One away, and here's Munson. Thurman 2 for 12 in the series. Roy White was 4 for 12 before he just made out. Tommy John kicking away at the pitching rubber, ready to go to work. And Munson not quite ready to stand in. John won the opening game of the series from Figueroa in Los Angeles 11-5. He shut out the Yankees on 2 hits for 6 innings in that game and was ahead 7-0. Munson spanks it foul to the second deck. Strike one. Reggie Jackson homered off John in the 7th inning in game 1, but then some shoddy fielding by the Dodgers enabled New York to score 4 more, and John left after 7 2/3 innings with a big lead. Now the stretch and the pitch to Munson. Ground ball to right field, base hit. Smith charging the ball. Here comes Blair to the plate. The throw by Smith to Yeager. He's out. Great throw by Reggie Smith. Cuts down Paul Blair trying to score on Munson's ground single to right. And so we've had excitement in the first inning out in the right field area.
You could see that was going to be close. Smith, who's reputed to have one of the best arms in the game, obviously showed it that time. The peg was perfect. One bounce to Yeager. It had Blair by at least 2 feet.
So Munson hits safely in his 13th World Series game of the last 14. But he misses an RBI, and here's a man who has an RBI in his last 7 series games, Reggie Jackson. Jackson 5 for 11 in the series, and John's first pitch to him crowds him inside, almost hit Reggie. Jackson with the most hits among the Yankees so far. He has 5 runs batted in. Reggie has hit safely in his last 7 World Series games. John's 1-0 pitch. Jammed him again inside, ball 2. 2-0.
That's the Dodger theory of pitching to Jackson. Keep him inside, up around his eyebrows, or either down on his knees, but don't get it over the plate. And if you get it over the other edge, he's just soon liable to lay it into left field.
John had a streak of 23 shutout innings when Jackson homered Tuesday night in Los Angeles. The 2-0 pitch down the middle for a called strike. 2-1. And what a shot that was in Dodger Stadium. Reggie just stood at home plate and looked at it. And it almost cleared the right field bullpen. Now the stretch, and the 2-1 pitch instead is a fake throw to first. John stepping off the pitching rubber. Tommy John, he's been in double figures in the victory column for the last 8 seasons, the last 6 with the Dodgers. Now the stretch, and a 2-1 pitch to Jackson. This is outside, ball 3. On deck, Lou Piniella. So thanks to a great throw by Reggie Smith from right field to nail Paul Blair at home plate, we are still scoreless in the bottom of the first. Stretched by John. Let's see if Munson goes. He does not. The 3-1 pitch is bounced foul to the Yankee dugout. And now Munson will go with 2 out on a 3-2 count to Reggie Jackson. John is working with 3 days rest, but he says that makes his sinker ball even more effective since his arm may be a bit more tired. The question today is, will the American League umpire Marty Springstead call low strikes? 3-2 pitch. Ground ball to first. Garvey short hops it, runs it to the bag, and that'll do it for New York. So the Yankees get 2 hits, but they leave a man at the end of 1 in game 4. Dodgers nothing, Yankees nothing.
The day is done. Coming home. It's time to let it go. It's the moment to unwind. Welcome home. So just say bud. Say bud. And pour the king of beers and settle back and please yourself. No matter of bud is like an easy chair when you say Budweiser.
Let me tell you, friend, settling back with a long day behind you and a cold bud in front of you, man, that's living.
When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Game 4 of the World Series here at Yankee Stadium, and after one inning, there's no score. The Yankees in the first inning managed 2 hits, but consistent with John's style, none of them got off the ground. A bunt single by Blair. It actually wasn't a single bunt. He topped the ball, got to second, and then a sharp single to right field by Thurman Munson. So sharply was the ball hit. Reggie Smith came in, scooped it up, and a perfect throw to Yeager at the plate. And Blair, rounding third, was a couple of steps too late. And so the Yankee threat was snuffed out. In the first inning, a little sluggard base running by the Dodgers as Bill Russell on second watched a line drive head towards Piniella, thought it was going to drop in, went to third, and then went to sleep there. And he was easily doubled off of second base some 20 seconds later. So each team had a chance in that first inning, and it went by the wayside. So we come into the second inning. Ed Figueroa out there managed to get through that first inning, and let's see what he does with Ronnie Say.
Say, Dusty Baker, and Rick Mundy will bat for the Dodgers here in the second inning. 67 degrees at game time in New York. Humidity 84%. The wind's out of the south at 14 miles per hour. Partly cloudy. The Weather Service still calling for occasional rain. Paul Blair late getting to his position in center field. It looked as if Blair took a very wide turn coming around third base. And by just a little bit, Reggie Smith was able to get him at home plate with a strong throw to Steve Yeager. Tomorrow in Game 5, the Dodgers are expected to pitch Bert Hooton, and the Yankees will come with Jim Beattie. And we'll be on the air tomorrow at 4:15 Eastern Time, 1:15 on the West Coast, here on CBS Radio. Figueroa's first pitch to Say is foul back. Say 3 for 10 in the series, 4 runs batted in. They all came in Game 2 when he hit the game-winning 3-run homer off Catfish Hunter. Figueroa did not face the Dodgers in last year's World Series. His next pitch to Say taken high for a ball, 1-1. Figueroa pitched in the 4th game of the 1976 series against Cincinnati. Gave him 5 runs in 8 innings and lost it 7-2. The next one to Say, slider misses outside, 2-1. Figueroa to the windup on the 2-1 pitch. Taken high, ball 3, 3-1. Say steps out, looks down to Preston Gomez at third to see if they'll allow him to swing 3-1. Say probably the most selective hitter on the Dodger ball club. 3-1 pitch. Line drive, base hit to center field, and he rocked that one toward Paul Blair. The Dodgers have their second hit, and they've got the leadoff man aboard with Dusty Baker coming up.
Dusty Baker.
Baker hit a home run off Figueroa in Los Angeles in Game 1. He's 5 for 10 in the series. The home run is only RBI. But Dusty continuing to pound the ball in postseason play. He's hitting .381. Going 2 for 3 here last night. Say leads away from first. Figueroa. There goes Say, and the pitch is foul back. So the Dodgers played hit and run on the first pitch to Baker. He got around late. Fouled it out of play. Say with a long look to Preston Gomez as he walks back toward first base.
And he had a delightful lead and had the base half stolen when the pitch was made. Incidentally, Notre Dame and Pittsburgh, the final score in big college football. Notre Dame 26, Pittsburgh 17.
Figueroa reading Munson, goes to the stretch. And now he'll go over to first base just to keep Say close. Say only stole 2 bases during the regular season. He was thrown out 5 times. Stretched by Figgy. 0-1 pitch to Baker. Slider misses, down and away, 1-1. Figueroa originally signed with the Mets in 1966. They soon released him and he was signed by the Giants. Figueroa served with the Marines in Vietnam in 1969, came back to the San Francisco organization the next year. Another throw to first, save back on the bag. Finally, the Giants traded him to the Angels in 1973. He won 16 for California in 1975, and then they peddled him off to the Yankees, and since he's been here in New York, he's won 19, 16, and 20 respectively in the 3 seasons. Been quite a pitcher. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Dusty Baker. Popped up on the infield. Dent looked to Stanley, Stanley looked to Dent, and finally it's Bucky who makes the catch. 1 away.
I couldn't tell which one was going to go for it. They both looked up, then they looked at each other, then they looked up, and let's us look up for 5 seconds for our stations to identify themselves on the CBS Radio Network.
WCBS, New York.
Okay, we're back at Yankee Stadium, 1 out, 1 on, and Figueroa is facing now the designated hitter, Mr. Rick Monday.
Monday had a double off Figueroa in the first game. He's 1 for 5 in the series. And Monday takes a fastball high and outside. No score, second inning. Both teams had 2 base runners aboard in the first inning. But a double play turned the Dodgers away. And Reggie Smith threw out Paul Blair at home plate to save a run in the Yankee half of the inning. The pitch to Monday. Outside ball 2, 2-0. Figueroa falling behind quite a few of the hitters in the early action today. Not a good sign for a pitcher. Figueroa's World Series earned run average is 7.45. In 2 games, he allowed 8 earned runs in 9 2/3 innings before today. The 2-0 pitch to Monday, way outside, ball 3, 3-0. Bill North on deck. Figueroa will turn the ball over at times against a left-handed hitter such as Monday. I wouldn't be surprised if they let Rick swing if it's in there. The stretch by Figueroa, the 3-0 pitch. He's taking outside, ball 4. So Figueroa has walked his second man. 1 out, Bill North, and then Steve Yeager to hit for the Dodgers, and Yankee manager Bob Lemon on his way to the mound. And they're stirring him around in the Yankee bullpen in left center. A right-hander getting up. From here, it looks like Ken Clay.
Figueroa was nowhere near on target in those pitches to Monday. They were all high and wide. Monday couldn't have gotten at them, and he had a mind.
It's Dick Tidrow, who's up.
Tidrow is a big right-hander, deliberate, high kicker. Can be very effective. He, like Figueroa, has been a streaky pitcher. He can come in and give you 6 very good innings sometimes, and then other times he's only good for a batter. But Figueroa, like Guidry yesterday, just does not look sharp. Let's see if Ed can tighten up his belt.
The first one to Billy North is a fastball in for a called strike. Figueroa has faced 7 batters in this ball game, and on 4 of them, he's gone at least 3 balls on the count. And he walked Smith in the first and Monday here in the second. North 1 for 4 in the series. He's hitting from his weak side. He's not a very good left-handed hitter compared to the right side. Takes low for a ball, 1-1. North freely admits that he will take more pitches as a left-handed hitter trying to get on base. Yankee pitchers now are in a bad ratio. They're walking about 1 Dodger every 2 innings in the series. The next one to North. A drive to center field and deep, but Blair's got to play in this ball yard. Makes the catch. The runner's tag. Say goes to third. Monday goes back to first. 2 out in the inning. So North showed some unusual power for him. But the dead center field at Yankee Stadium, forget it.
Yeah, it's way out there a piece. And the Penguin went to third, so we now have men on first and third for the Dodgers and the catcher Steve Yeager coming up. And all the balls that the Dodgers are hitting against Figgy are in the air, as compared to John's offerings, all hit into the ground.
He doesn't have a ground ball out yet. Yeager, 1 for 8 in the series, looking for his first RBI. First and third, 2 out, no score, second inning. Figueroa out of a stretch in the pitch. Slider, good stop by Munson. Ball 1. The The home team has won every game in this 1978 World Series. We're in game 4. Now the stretch by Figueroa. 1-0 pitch to Yeager. Slider in for a called strike. 1-1. When he was growing up in Puerto Rico, Figueroa's amateur team won the national title down there one year. And he got to make a trip to New York in the early 1960s to see a game here at Yankee Stadium. Yeager pops a foul back, out of play, 1-2. And little did Ed Figueroa know then that here he would be in the middle of things in a World Series.
And the rustle goes through the crowd now, as you notice. They're giving him the Guidry. The Guidry, go on and get him. Strike him out. You got 2 strikes on him.
Now the stretch, and a 1-2 pitch to Steve Yeager. Outside, just missed. Figueroa took a step to the dugout. 2-2. Here in the inning, Say singled center. Baker popped up. Mundy walked, and North lifted a fly ball deep enough to center to allow Say to tag after the catch and move over to third. Yeager waiting. He hit just over 190 during the regular season. Here's Ed Figueroa's 2-2 pitch on the way. Popped up. Behind the mound, Bucky Dent calling for it. And makes the catch. No runs, 1 hit. The Dodgers lead 2. And at the end of an inning and a half, still no score.
Whatever your occupation, here's something you should know about financing a new car or truck. If you're a teacher, farmer, or have any occupation with an unusual or seasonal pay schedule, you could encounter some problems when it comes to financing. And that's a very good reason to consider us. We're Ford Credit, and we give special consideration to people with unusual pay schedules. In fact, our programs can help your dealer try to work out a payment plan tailored just for you on a Ford, Mercury, or Lincoln car, Ford truck, tractor, or recreational vehicle. Ford Credit. We're as close as your neighborhood Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer. Remember, when you're buying or leasing a new car or truck, Ford Credit wants to give you credit for being you. Tell your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer you'd like to finance with us. Ford Motor Credit.
As we go to the last half of the second inning, no score here. Ed Figueroa on the Yankee bench must be breathing a little easier. The Dodgers had him on the hook both the first and second innings with men on first and second, and only 1 out. In the first inning, a line drive to Piniella in right field, resulting in a double play when a Dodger base runner went to sleep. In this second inning, again with men on first and second, Eddie tightened up, and there were 2 pop-ups to left and short. So he got out of the innings both times, despite having 2 on and 1 out. The Yankees in their half of the inning got 2 hits, both of them on the ground. One a top 35-foot little roller by Blair, a sharp single to right by Munson. Blair from second was cut down at the plate by a brilliant throw, Reggie Jackson, to catcher Steve Yeager. So that's how it is now as we come into the last half of the second inning. And as to the weather, the wind is still blowing from right to left, and when it gets up into the various crevices and surfaces of the Yankee Stadium, it tends to swirl. So nobody will really get an advantage. And coming to the plate, right fielder Lou Piniella, who made that nice catch in the first inning and the good throw. So it's Lou Piniella and Tommy John.
Piniella is 4 for 12 in the series. He has 2 runs batted in. Greg Nettles and Chris Chambliss will follow for the Yanks here in the second inning. No score. Tommy John to the windup, and the first pitch is a curveball inside. In the first inning, John threw 12 pitches, and 9 of them were for strikes. Aided by Reggie Smith's great throw from right field. To nail Paul Blair, he got out of it without a run scoring. There's a sinker low and inside, ball 2 to Piniella. 2-0. The lights are on at Yankee Stadium. John working quickly as usual, comes back 2-0, and it's down the middle for a called strike, 2-1. John has played out his option win with the Dodgers. He's eligible for that 3-entry free agent draft next month. 2-1 pitches a ground ball to Say on one hop. The Penguin comes up with it, guns it to Garvey, one away.
Did you notice Pinella's peculiarity at the plate at that point? He would take the left hand off the bat and just lean in the first 3 pitches?
Yes, he did. Listen to the hand for Greg Nettles. Nettles got by far the greatest ovation in the pregame introductions of the players. Nettles with a super game here last night. 2 for 12 in the series, and the breaking ball from John stays high, ball 1. Nettles saved the Yankees at least 4 runs last night with his glove. And who knows, it could have been 5, 6, 7. Foul tip off his bat on a pitch inside. Greg trying to get out of the way of it. He agrees now with plate umpire Marty Springstead. 1 ball, 1 strike. Talking about Tommy John and his contract. First, the 1-1 pitch to Nettles, way outside, 2-1. John has asked the Dodgers for a 3-year pact. They've offered him 2 years, and right now they're at an impasse. The 2-1 pitch to Nettles. Outside again, ball 3, 3-1. John will be 36 in May, but he figures he can be a very effective pitcher when he's 40 or 42, even if he comes out of the bullpen. Nettles swings and misses at a good fastball, 3-2. And when you throw a sinker ball, that's the kind of a relief pitcher a manager wants to have. Nettles steps out, now back in waiting. 1 out, bases empty, no score, bottom of the 2nd. The pitch is a ground ball to Davy Lopes. Nettles might have cracked his bat on that one. Lopes over to Garvey, 2 away. So John, 4 ground ball outs among the first 5 he's recorded.
And even the hits have been on the ground. The one, the diggy little chop by Blair, and then the solid single by Munson to right field. That too was on the ground, just to the left of the second baseman.
Chris Chambliss is looking for his first RBI of this series. Takes a fastball in the outside corner for a called strike. Chambliss 2 for 7. He's hit safely in his last 6 World Series games. John's 1 strike pitch, fastball outside, 1-1. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers, no runs, 2 hits for the Yankees. Yankees had Paul Blair thrown out trying to score in the first inning on an accurate throw from Reggie Smith. The pitch is outside the Chambliss, ball 2, 2-1. John to the windup in the next one. Breaking ball bounced to short. Bill Russell waits for it from behind the bag. Throws out Chambliss. So Tommy John retires New York in order. And at the end of 2 innings in Game 4 of the '78 World Series, Dodgers nothing, Yankees nothing.
Someday you'll own. Someday you'll own. Sooner or later, you'll own General's.
For 60 years, General Tire has been one of the nation's leading tire manufacturers. But General Tire means more than tires. Our one-stop car care centers are staffed by experts who know how to take care of your car, whether it's wheel alignment, wheel balance, lube and oil change, muffler, shock absorbers, brake, or batteries. You get fast, dependable service using name brand parts and materials. Your car gets a free 7-point safety check, too. And best of all, it's priced right. For tires and service, check your yellow pages for the General Tire headquarters nearest you.
Sooner or later, you'll own General's. Sooner or later, you'll own General's.
2 innings, no score. Puerto Rican-born Eddie Figueroa. And for the Dodgers, it's Indiana, my home state. Mr. Tommy John, who says if they don't give me all the money I want, maybe I'll go back to Indiana, or at least to Cleveland, or to Pittsburgh, or somewhere near where Thurman Munson is playing, because he comes from Canton, Ohio. Isn't it nice the way these Midwest boys like to go home? Or make more money. I don't know. I don't know which. So we go into the top of the 3rd. The crowd sort of just sitting back, waiting for something to happen, and you get the feeling that If it does, it's going to have to be awfully sudden. Right now, as I was saying, Ross, looks like the pitchers are going to take charge.
Could be, and as you say, if John keeps that sinker ball down, he's going to be very difficult, and Figueroa is going to have to start getting his ball down. Figueroa gave up 22 home runs during the year, John 11, so that's one thing to watch. You were talking about Tommy John, Wynn, and the fact he came from Indiana. When he got out of high school in Terre Haute, he had 35 scholarship offers, all in basketball.
How about that?
So he's a pretty good athlete.
Well, the thing he's throwing up to the plate looks more like an aspirin tablet than a basketball today.
Tommy, though, opted instead for baseball, and he's been in the professional side of the game since 1961. Davey Lopes leads off for the Dodgers in the third. He flied out to Lou Piniella to open the ball game. And the first one from Figueroa is outside. No score as we start the third. The pitch to Lopes is high and inside, ball 2-0, and again, Figgy falls behind the batter. Lopes, Russell, and Smith for Los Angeles in the third inning. Dodgers lead the series 2-1. There's a shot. Oh! By Nettles. He got another one. Be the hardest hit ball of the series, with the exception of Reggie Jackson's home run in Game 1, and another standing ovation for Greg Nettles. And talk about a frustrated ball player. Davey Lopes has got to be one after the last 2 days at Yankee Stadium.
That was a shot. Tell you more about it. Just before the pitch was made, Greg Nettles moved a little to his left, and then the shot, you know, he told us yesterday that Lopes had looked down to him and said, hey, play a little more over towards shortstop so you can open up that sideline to me.
Russell takes one low for a ball. Figueroa to the windup of the next one. Popped up on the right side. Stanley going out in the shallow right field. Freddie's there now and makes the catch. 2 away.
You know, you can't be a hero unless the other guys make it possible, too. They're hitting the ball to Nettles. They're not hitting it to Bucky Dant or the second baseman. They're hitting it to Nettles on almost every other pitch. And there he is, whether he's standing still in the way or moving like an octopus in either direction.
You just have to think about Brooks Robinson as you watch Nettles perform in this series. Smith fouls one back. Brooks, of course, with the great 1970 World Series against the Cincinnati Reds. And many of these plays here, the acrobatics of Greg Nettles, certainly reminiscent of Brooks Robinson. The pitch to Smith, swung on a miss. 0-2, good fastball.
You know, when Nettles was introduced before the game and he got those standing ovations, I noticed in the Yankee lineup, but here comes the pitch.
0-2 offering to Smith is high and inside, 1-2.
I noticed in the Yankee lineup, the fellow applauding the most was Ron Guidry.
He had a reason to. Now the 1-2 pitch to Reggie Smith. Check swing, liner, foul over the Dodger dugout. Some man downstairs grabbed the ball from between about 5 other guys, and his date just jumped all over top of him, kissing him. 1-2 to Reggie Smith. 2 out, nobody on, no score in the third. Figueroa's pitch. Pop foul again, out of play. This is the first time this afternoon that Figueroa has jumped ahead 0-2 to a Dodger batter.
That ball landed right in the French-Canadian broadcasting section.
Reggie Smith waiting. Ed Figueroa goes to his windup. And a 1-2 pitch. Off speed and high. 2-2. The Dodgers had 2 men aboard with 1 out in the first inning, but Garvey lined into a double play. They had 2 on with 1 out on the second, but North flied out and Yeager popped up. And now Figueroa has retired the first 2 men to face him in the third. The 2-2 pitch to Smith. Strike 3 call. A slider on the outside corner. Figueroa gets his first strikeout, and the Dodgers go in order for the first time. At the end of 2.5, no score.
Hey, coffee lovers, New Mellow Roast is going to see you through the series with the kind of full-flavored coffee taste that you love. Melrose blends 3 kinds of rich, robust coffees with roasted grains so that the full coffee flavor comes through, smooth and delicious, but without the bitterness. So make a real hit with your home team. Stock up on plenty of good Melrose today and get great coffee taste without the bitterness. Cup after delicious cup. Melrose coffee and grain beverage. It's available in ground and instant.
Well, today we're talking to the world's most unmistakable secretary.
Right.
You haven't made a single mistake in over 6 months.
6 months, 2 days, and 3 hours.
Well, that's amazing.
Of course. Well, before that, I made mistakes.
Oh, yes?
Once I got Mr. Higgins' inbox and outbox confused, and he ended up writing letters to himself for a week.
So when did you stop making mistakes?
The day we bought an A.B. Dick Magna 2 electronic typewriter. Since then, I haven't made one mistake.
How come?
Well, the A.B. Dick Magna 2 has a display window. That means I can see what I'm typing, so if I ever make a mistake, I spot it right there and then, and I can correct it before anybody knows.
I'll never tell.
And the A.B. Dick Magna 2 has a programmable memory, so it helps me when I type all those special forms and repetitive documents at 500 words a minute.
Well, it looks like it's hard for you to make mistakes with an A.B. Dick Magna 2.
Well, I did make a little mistake a few weeks ago. I mailed Mr. Higgins' lunch to a client.
Yes, the A.B. Dick Magna 2 electronic typewriter. It's practically unmistakable.
Do you know what it's like getting egg salad back in the mail?
Last of the third here at Yankee Stadium. Yankees coming to bat and no score. Ross mentioned Brooks Robinson's great World Series in 1970 when the Orioles beat the Reds 4-1. In that series, Robinson hit .429, had 6 RBIs, 2 home runs, and he got the Golden Glove Award, which is now in the Hall of Fame. And he got the MVP. And Pete Rose said at the time, if we'd have known he wanted a car so bad, we'd have given him one. Incidentally, for a bit of trivia, that was the first series ever to be played on artificial turf. And it was played in Cincinnati in the first World Series game ever played in Riverfront Stadium. And Robinson, I can see him today. He looks amazingly like Greg Nettles as he flopped around, took hits away from almost everybody on the opposition lineup. Okay, Ross.
Fred Stanley leads off for the Yankees in the third, and the first pitch from Tommy John is a sinker in for a called strike. John let all of his infielders get into the act in the last inning. Ground balls to Say, Lopes, and Russell. And the next one is Stanley on the outside corner with a fastball called strike 2. Stanley 1 for 2 in the series. He opened the first game in Los Angeles. Brian Doyle played the last 2 games. 0-2 pitch from John, high and away with a rising fastball, 1-2. Bucky Dent on deck, and then Paul Blair for New York in the third. No score. John's 1-2 pitch. Sinker low, 2-2.
Ross, Fred is a looker. He'll try to look his way on if he can. He's not that robust a hitter.
Stanley hit .219 during the regular season. The 2-2 pitch is a breaking ball bounced foul up toward third. So the count remains even, 2-2. Ross Porter with Win Elliott and Ralph Kiner at Yankee Stadium, New York. Back tomorrow for Game 5. Airtime 4:15 on CBS. And Jim Beattie of the Yanks contests Bert Hooton of the Dodgers. 2-2 pitch. Just low, ball 3. 3-2. So John trying to get the sinker over, and Marty Springstead saying too low. 3-2 pitch. Popped up into shallow left center field. Bill North, the center fielder, coming over in front of Dusty Baker and makes the two-handed catch. Unusual for North. 1 away, and Bucky Dent will be the hitter.
Is that allowed anymore, a two-handed catch?
That's the first fly ball out by the Yankees. When Tommy John pitched with the Chicago White Sox several years ago, my, how time flies when you're having fun. Eddie Stanky was his manager, and he and Stanky had a bet. There was a sinker for a called strike to Dent. I think every time that Tommy got 20 ground ball outs or more in a game, Stanky would buy him a new suit. In recent years, he would have a new wardrobe about every 2 weeks. There's a breaking ball for a called strike 2 to Dent.
I noticed that Bucky is wearing that soccer protecting fiber wraparound on his left ankle again. He hurt it in the tiebreaker game in Boston, and he had hurt it earlier in the year.
2 strike pitch to Dent. Curveball low. Bucky held up in time. 1-2. Dent, 3 hits in the series in 12 at-bats, but he has 3 runs batted in. The only Yankee with more is Reggie Jackson with 5. John's 1-2 pitch. A line drive to left center field, a base hit. Baker over north backhands it, and Dent holds with a long single.
And I was wrong. It's beginning to rain. They said 90% certain, and I said they were 90% certain to be wrong. I apologize to the meteorology department. It is beginning to rain.
1 on, 1 out, and Paul Blair will be the hitter as the umbrellas pop out at Yankee Stadium. The stretch by John and the pitch to Blair, a pitch out and nothing going. Blair singled in the first inning. Little tap up along third. He got to second with 1 out, and Thurman Munson singled to right, but Reggie Smith threw out Blair at the plate. Next one is inside to Blair, ball 2, 2-0. Tommy John pitched perhaps his most important game in the rain last year in the National League Championship Series in Philadelphia when the Dodgers clinched it in Game 4, 4-1. 2-0 pitch to Blair. Popped up foul, out of play. Yeager coming back, but it'll be beyond the screen. 2-1. Remember, if the Yankees win this game, the World Series will be assured of returning to Los Angeles on Tuesday night for Game 6. Marty Springstead, the plate umpire, coming back to home plate after going back to watch the progress of the foul ball, looking up into the sky to check the weather. 2-1. The field was covered until an hour before game time. It was dry. Outfield wet. And now we can see the rain beginning to show its effects around the infield. Now Springstead going to call in the ground crew. He wants to cover it right now before it gets any heavier. So with the count 2 balls and 1 strike to Paul Blair, Bucky Dent at first base and 1 out in the third inning of a scoreless duel. Rain has interrupted play at Yankee Stadium.
You know, Steve Yeager, the Dodger catcher, seemed very perturbed that Springstead did call the ground crew in. At least I can tell from his sign language that he did. Perhaps he was concerned that John, in the midst of working an inning there, would have his arm tighten up and the Dodger pitcher might get into trouble. So at exactly 4:26 Eastern Time, in the bottom half of the third inning, with 1 out and 1 strike on the center fielder of the New York Yankees, Mr. Paul Blair, the American League umpire behind the plate, has said, let's have a halt and get our infield covered up. Doesn't look like it's going to be very long and raining. Things have changed since I was a kid. The people in the right field stands are not getting wet because they're under cover. It's the people in the expensive seats, in the boxes directly beneath us, and up the left and right field foul lines. They're the ones that are taking the brunt of the rain action. What do you say we pause for a brief update from CBS News in New York?
I'm Jerry Landay reporting on the CBS Radio Network. President Carter says in an interview published today he hopes the achievement of an Israeli-Egyptian peace treaty will end remaining Arab opposition to the peace process. Arab foreign ministers are gathering in Beirut, Lebanon for critical talks on ending the fighting between Syrian troops and Christian militias. Christian Lebanese leaders today rejected any peace plans that leaves Syrian troops in Lebanon. Syrian newspapers today called for the liquidation of the militias. Senate and House conferees were reconciling separate versions of a tax cut bill on what is supposed to be the final day of the 95th Congress. More than 100 cardinals have convened for the second time in as many months behind the sealed doors of the Sistine Chapel at the Vatican. Tomorrow they begin balloting on a new pope. UPI, quoting government sources in Washington, as forecasting a major new Vietnamese military offensive against Cambodian forces in a disputed border region. Now back to the World Series at Yankee Stadium.
For 75 years, they've been playing the World Series, and in this 75th year of competition, we are at Yankee Stadium, where the Dodgers and the New York Yankees are making the contest of it, and it's just started to rain. And the bottom half of the third inning with a man on for the Yanks, Paul Blair at bat, Ball 2, strike 1 and 1 out. And umpire Marty Springstad of the American League staff said, let's hold it up. It's raining too much. Frankly, I don't. Ross and I both feel that it isn't raining that much. We can see the umbrellas, the multicolored. They look like mushrooms down there, and the seats that cost a lot of money. Like I said before, the kids out in the bleachers in right and left field, they're under cover because of the overhang. How about that? Who said that the meek don't inherit the earth? At least for a moment they do now. The first time I ever became aware of a rain out or rain getting in the way of World Series play was in 1951. It was the New York Giants and the Brooklyn Dodgers at that time. It was the miracle year, Bobby Thompson's home run, that broke it up in the third playoff game. I had covered that game. I did a post-game stuff, and I was so mentally exhausted. I remember I'd gone into the Giant dressing room after. There was Dave Kozlow sitting on a trunk. He didn't say anything. Pee Wee Reese and Campanella and Rocher came in to give their best to the victorious Giants. None of us left that dressing room until some 7 or 8 o'clock that night. I was so tired I didn't go to the first game of the World Series, but by contract the Yanks had to. The Giants had to. And wouldn't you know, Dave Kozlow, who was sitting on the truck and hadn't said a word, beat the great Allie Reynolds 5-1. Monty Irvin, who is now with the baseball commissioner's office, not only got 4 hits, but I still tell him to this day, I can't believe it, he stole home in the first inning. I don't know how he could walk, leave alone steal home. But the Giants of that year were a breed apart. Something like the Yankees had done this year. They were 13.5 games back in August. They tied the Dodgers on the last day, and as you remember, Bobby Thompson hit the home run in the third playoff game to beat him 5-4. Anyway, the Giants won that first game from the Yankees 5-1. The Yankees, Eddie Lopat came back in the second game to beat the Giants 3-1. And then big, handsome Jim Hearn. Gee, I hope he's listening because he can hear me call him big and handsome. He beat the Yankees 6-2. And in that game, Ross, there was a play that I've never been allowed to forget because Phil Rizzuto is an old buddy and we have worked closely through the years. There was Eddie Stanky was on first base, and I forget whether he stole or somebody hit a ground ball, but he was out about a mile from here to that right field foul line. But as he went into the second base, Rizzuto holding the ball, Stanky kicked the ball into left center field, not only got second, but he got to third. The whole inning broke apart, and the Giants went on to win it 6-2. And then the next day came the rain. And the significance of the rain, and I've never forgotten it because I was naturally rooting for the Giants, it gave Allie Reynolds an extra day. It gave him a day to refurbish his spirit. And it was he who came back on the fourth game to beat the Giants 6-2. And McDougal, who was one of the most awkward-looking players I ever saw, but one of the most efficient, hit one of the first of the World Series Grand Slammers to beat the Giants that time. And then I guess it was to be expected the Yankees, who were sort of magic then, as some say they still have. In the sixth game, Hank Bauer, I can see him like Lou Piniella. They were neither one of them great, graceful fielders. Hank Bauer, Sally Bars came up in the ninth inning. It was 4-3 Yanks, and he hit a looper there. And Bauer chugged in, straining. You could see him if you remember that square jaw of his. He slid with his spike, sat down, and slid along the ground, and it dropped right in his breadbasket, and he made the catch.
Great finish.
Yeah, well, I started off talking about rain, basically because the people around New York here always thought that rain day that enabled Reynolds to come back made all the difference. You were around in 1975 when
Oh, sure. And there's one I remember, too, when that would be the 1962 World Series between the Yankees and the Giants. It was San Francisco's one shot at the World Championship, and it was a great series, you'll recall. But once they got out to San Francisco, it must have rained, 4 or 5 days that year. And they finally got it to the seventh game, all even. And the Yankees were ahead 1-0. And I remember the 9th inning. The Giants had been on second and third, 2 out. McCovey came up and hit a rope, a line drive that would have won San Francisco the World Championship. And Bobby Richardson reached up and speared it, and the Yankees won it.
McCovey's never forgotten that because he hit it so hard.
That's right.
Had he hit it an inch either way, it would have gone.
But they must have missed close to a week of action that year because of the rain out there.
That was the year Barbara Streisand introduced "Go Away, Don't Rain on My Parade" or something. But 75 I had in mind. It happened right around the corner here in
Boston, didn't it?
Yeah. It was the Reds, and the Red Sox tee-out shut them out in the first game. In the second game, they got to the 7th inning, and it started to rain. It held them up for 27 minutes. I have a fabulous memory, and I also can read. For 27 minutes, it held up the game, and the Reds in the 9th inning rallied, and they went on to win it 3-2. The third game was a 10-inning masterpiece. That was the game that you and I were talking about, that Armbruster stepped in front of Fisk.
On the bunt. Yeah.
Right, and the Reds went on to 6-5. Tiant then tied it up again by beating the Reds 5-4, so it was 2-2. In the 5th game, the Reds won it 6-2, and I remember Perez. Oh, it is really coming down now. Yeah. Oh boy.
And for those who don't know, Win, we should point out that Yankee Stadium, like Dodger Stadium, it's natural grass. It's not artificial surface where you can wait an hour and a half or 2 hours and bring out those Zamboni machines and squeegee it off. This field could get wet in a hurry.
It looks like it's getting wet in a hurry right now. Let's see, our old buddy, Hall of Fame member, fellow used to do a little hitting for the Pittsburgh Pirates, I understand, is standing by. Is he got somebody he wants to talk to? All right, Ralph Kiner down there in the dugout. Go.
Well, I'm Ralph Kiner, and I'm down here in the Yankee dugout. It's raining extremely hard, and we have with us Reggie Jackson, who's been pounding the ball about as hard as it's raining right now. And Reggie, I don't know baseball players like rain delays. They don't like the rain, and I guess we just have to put up with it.
Well, you know, Ralph, it is a rain delay right now, but it wasn't really raining that hard when they stopped it. But I'm kind of in favor of stopping the ball game because it's a World Series and it should be played in fair conditions for everybody, and so it's equal.
Well, that's very true, and of course they want people to get the benefit of the best play they can get, and right here we do have natural turf, and the rain will affect the grass and dirt more so than would if it were AstroTurf. And this ballpark, Reggie, does drain well, though, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It drains quite well, Ralph. But, you know, even on AstroTurf, again, it's not a fair natural surface either because there's a lot of balls that fall in and the ball bounces and you have to play them differently than you normally would as just in your natural human way of running around. So the fact that we are on natural turf, it is a lot better. We do have some rain. It's going to be a little slippery, but as you say, it does drain quite well here.
We're talking with Reggie Jackson. Of course, Reggie Jackson having another outstanding series for the Yankees, a great one last year. Reggie, I think your feat last year when you hit 4 consecutive home runs in 2 ball games on 4 consecutive swings is probably the only time it's ever been done in the history of baseball. I don't know whether they've ever kept records of something like that in the regular season. There have been 4 home runs hit on 4 appearances at the plate, but never in consecutive swings. That, to me, is really amazing.
Well, thank you very much, Ralph. Again, there's so many circumstances and so much luck involved. Of course, you still have to hit the ball out of the ballpark, but there's so many circumstances involved. If the pitchers didn't throw me a strike, if I could have popped the ball up, I just consider myself very, very fortunate.
Talking about outstanding hitting like you've been able to do in what is considered to be very tough competition, there is a lot of luck involved, and as an ex-hitter myself, you can get a pitch right down the middle and pop it up, and you can also get a perfect pitch low and outside and be able to hit it out of the ballpark, but not too often. You have to get a lot of good pitches to hit, which I'm sure you are getting.
Well, you get good pitches when you're seeing the ball quite well. I'm being very patient at the plate, and usually I'm not a patient hitter, but just for some reason I happen to be very relaxed right now, and watching the baseball quite well and not jumping at it. And I'm letting the ball, if they throw the ball in on me, I'm either going to let it hit me or let them get in there. And that helps with me being patient. It seems as though you get a lot of balls to hit. But if you're patient at the plate and wait on the baseball, then you will get a ball to hit. And fortunately, for me right now, I'm doing that. I don't always do it because I'm not a patient hitter most of the time.
You know, hitting is a lot of patience. One of the best that I ever saw was Ted Williams. He would wait for his pitch, get down to 2 strikes, and still be able to take the pitch he didn't want to hit.
Well, Ted Williams had great eyesight, you know, and he was a very patient hitter, which makes him a great hitter. Rod Carew, who has a lifetime average of right around 335, he has to be the same way. Anyone that is a great hitter has to be very patient at the plate. Therefore, you allow yourself more opportunity to get good pitches to hit.
Reggie, you played a large part of your career in Oakland and later on in Baltimore. I know when I first came to Yankee Stadium to play a baseball game in this ballpark, I got a tremendous inspiration out of the stadium because I look back to the days of Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and some of the early Yankee teams. Does that have any influence on you? Do you get an inspiration out of Yankee Stadium?
Well, there is a great amount of tradition here, Ralph. I know just being a Yankee for 2 years, I don't get quite as caught up in it. When you see Mrs. Lou Gehrig and I see Joe DiMaggio and Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris and Whitey Ford, Yogi Berra, and these people around all the time, you do sense that there is a certain amount of nostalgia and a certain amount of history that is in this ballpark. I know myself, when I'm playing the game, I am not thinking of that at all, about the tradition and things of that nature. However, yesterday when Joe DiMaggio was around, I felt though as though, along with wanting to win for myself and the fans and the team, here's a guy that was one of the greatest players who ever lived, and I just didn't want to be 3-0 in his presence. Down 3-0, and I was very happy that we won in Joe DiMaggio's presence. So maybe that's my way of interpreting the nostalgia.
I'm talking with Reggie Jackson, who has been kind enough to sit here while the rain falls at Yankee Stadium. And Reggie, you've been able to get yourself up for big series, and of course that takes a lot of talent. Do you do anything special to do this, or is it just something that turns you on because it is a big series?
Well, I probably pray more now than normal, Ralph. I ask God to give me a tremendous amount of relaxation. And I think that is the thing that carries me through, and that's the thing that gives me the strength. So, whether a guy gets up for a big games or whether he shines on the light, I think really it's what's inside your heart and what your philosophical foundation is. And mine is God, and it works for me.
Also a good swing.
Right on.
Reggie Jackson, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ralph.
We've been talking with Reggie Jackson while we have a rain delay here at Yankee Stadium. The rain seems to have slackened just a bit. It is still coming down in somewhat of a drizzle. And we have with us Johnny Johnson. And Johnny, you have special in with the weatherman. What's it say?
Well, my special in today is Bob Harris of CBS, who on his day off is keeping me posted on everything that's happening, Ralph. And this shower should be of brief duration. There are several in the area. It was raining in Newark about 15 minutes ago. I see a break in the clouds, and I think we'll be playing baseball very shortly.
And we've been told the field drains well, so it shouldn't be any, well, I shouldn't say any problem. It is going to be a problem, but not a major problem.
Well, I talked to Jimmy Esposito, the head groundskeeper. I've been here all morning with him. And the field just drains beautifully, and we've got the infield covered. I think we're in great shape unless we get surprised by something.
Well, the weather report does say showers. We hope the weatherman is right this time, although I'm looking out there right now, and it's barely coming down, so maybe he's right on.
We're about ready to consider taking it off. I'm going to get Marty Springstead out and talk it over with the commissioner, and maybe we'll go very shortly.
Well, the commissioner is right here at the end of the bench, so he's right on top of the subject.
He sure is. We're up to date on everything.
We've been talking with Johnny Johnson. Johnny, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ralph.
Johnny, of course, has been associated with baseball for quite some time, first with the Yankees and now in the commissioner's office. And it does appear to be stopping here. The rain is not coming down with too much velocity, so it looks very, very good. Let's go back upstairs to Win Elliott and Ross Porter in the broadcast booth.
Okay, Ralph, very interesting, your chat with Reggie Jackson. And they're not cheering anything we're saying up here in Yankee Stadium. In the center screen here in the big stadium, they've been replaying the thrilling victory of the New York Yankees over the Boston Red Sox in the tiebreaker game up in Boston a week ago Monday. And every single move that the Yankees made, including Dent's lofty pop fly that got into the netting, and then Reggie Jackson hitting the home run, and then Rich Gossage facing down Jim Rice and Yastrzemski for the final 2 outs, has kept everybody here entertained. And that's one of the new modern advances. You get outdoor movies when you come to a rain out in Yankee Stadium. And listening to Reggie made me think and remember that it was back in 1972 that Reggie Jackson's team, the Oakland A's, got into the World Series, and you know what? Reggie didn't get in. In the playoffs against Detroit, running the bases or at bat, I don't remember, he pulled a hamstring just like Willie Randolph had done earlier this year. And Reggie's first World Series he spent on the sidelines. He didn't get in, and he was tied up more muscularly and psychologically as you can imagine. But he did get in the series in '73 when his team beat the Mets. He got in again in '74 when his team beat the Dodgers. And of course in '77, again with the Yankees. You know, in every series, Ross, that Reggie's gotten in, he's been on the winning side.
That should say something about the man, I think, that he likes to win, and he certainly has been a prominent figure. You know, you're talking, Win, about the 1972 series, and it was 6 years ago today, October 14th, 1972, that Gene Tennis became the national celebrity when he came up and was able to hit 2 home runs and drive in all of the A's runs the day they beat Cincinnati 3-2 in the series opener, and Oakland went on to win it in 7 games.
And up until that point, it wasn't Tennis anyone, it was Tennis who he.
That's right.
Nobody had ever heard of him. There's another guy who didn't get into the World Series when his team got in the first time, and boy, did he feel it. Don Sutton of the Dodgers staff. He pulled a muscle somewhere in his elbow when the club got in 1966. And he said to me it was the most debilitating experience he's ever had, that he had to be out in the bullpen fooling around and he couldn't play. So that the biggest thrill he ever had was when his club got back in the World Series in '74, and the first pitch to Campaneris, he said, was the most thrilling moment of his entire career.
And unlike Reggie Jackson, Sutton's still looking for his first world title.
We're looking for Ralph Kiner, and I understand he's down in the dugout. Okay, Ralph.
Well, I'm sitting here in the dugout. My name is Ralph Kiner, and the rain is still coming down. Not too hard, but coming down here at Yankee Stadium, and we have a little bit of an intermission. And for the intermission entertainment, we have Yogi Berra. Yogi, nice to have you with us.
Thank you, Ralph.
You know, Yogi, you've been credited with an awful lot of sayings like no one goes there anymore, it's too crowded, and we might be lost, but we're making good time, and a few things like that. Do you really make all those up?
Not all of them, Ralph. Some of them I do. But
you got a writer?
No, I don't. Just come by instinct.
Well, we were talking last night with Carmen, and we were kidding about the fact that your son, Dale Berra, playing with the Pittsburgh Pirates, had a real good shot at getting into the championship playoffs with the Dodgers and possibly beating the Dodgers, but then Philadelphia prevailed and won the next to last day of the season over the Pittsburgh Pirates. And if Dale had got into the World Series and the other opponent was the Yankees, who would you have been rooting for, the Yankees or for Dale Berra?
Well, I got to be rooting for the Yankees, Ralph. He's our opponent. I guess my wife would be rooting for the Pirates.
That's what Carmen said. She'd be rooting for Dale and the Pittsburgh Pirates. Well, that would have been a unique situation that might take place.
Well, it could have happened. I know one thing. Carmen said if they were in the playoff, they were going to see it. She was going to Pittsburgh to see the playoff instead of ours.
Well, I know that she's really wrapped up in Dale, and of course Dale with an outstanding chance to be a very, very good major league infielder, third base or shortstop. And they have tried him at shortstop, haven't they?
Well, he played in Columbus shortstop all year before they brought him up, and they put him at third base, Ralph.
We're talking with Yogi Berra. The sun is trying to break through the crowds. It's not too bad now. The rain is slacking. We hope we'll be able to get this ball game going. Yogi Berra is participating in his 20th World Series, and 2 of those with the Mets. He was a coach with the Mets in 1969, was a manager in 1973, and Yogi, there's only one person I know of that has been in more World Series than anyone else, that'd be Frank Crosetti, the third base coach and infielder for the Yankees.
No, that's true. I think Frank's got 23, I think, Ralph.
23, huh?
I think he has.
Now, what do you do with all those World Series checks?
Well, when we first started out, I'm going back in 47.
You're living off of them.
You're not kidding. They're not like they are now. When we played first year in 47, I think we got 6,000. And now, if you win it, my God, it's close to 30,000 now.
Things are a little bit different.
No, a little bit.
Well, Yogi, you had some great World Series games and also a great career. Thank you for joining us right here in the dugout.
All right, thank you very much, Ralph.
Yogi Berra, and it is getting a little bit better, and we think we should go right now to a good source. Let's go to the umpire source. They more or less are in control of the ball game. We have Ed Vargo of the National League, and Ed, one of the umpires in this series. What do you think, Ed?
Ralph, I think we're going to wait a few more minutes before we take the canvas off, and our weather report is very good, and I think we should have the show on the road shortly.
Ed, you're umpiring in this World Series, and of course it's always a great thrill to be a baseball player in one. How does it affect an umpire? The pressure has got to be tremendous because the eyes of the world are focused on you for your decisions.
That's true, Ralph. We have a lot of pressure, but it's a great thrill to work the World Series.
Well, you're doing a great job, Ed, and it's very nice of you to join us here, and I think they are going to remove the tarp.
Yeah, we're going to take the canvas off and pull the water off, and we may pull it back on, and if it looks pretty good, we're going to just take it off and resume play.
Thank you very much, Ed Vargo.
My pleasure, Ralph. Thank you.
We've been talking with Ed Vargo and also Yogi Berra and Reggie Jackson. Let's go now to the other side of the field. We'll stay right here. We have the mountain coming to us, Don Sutton. Don,
hi, Ralph.
Yesterday, not a great day for you, but you've had a great record in championship play.
Well, I've heard that Friday the 13th is supposed to be unlucky, and I was assuming it was going to be unlucky for somebody else, but it didn't turn out that way. And I've been very fortunate in postseason play. I've had a good time, and things have gone my way, and in the games in the past, the plays that were made against us last night have been made for me, so I really have no complaints. It's been a lot of fun. It's the place to be in October.
There's no question about that, and the Dodgers right in the thick of it. We were talking a little bit about the action of the ball game yesterday, and Craig Nettles saving at least 4 runs with 2 spectacular plays at third. If those runs had scored, you might have been the winning pitcher, and it would have been a 3-0 edge for the Dodgers.
Well, it would have changed a lot of things, obviously, and I think that it's the best exhibition of infield play by one person I've ever seen. I didn't see some of the Brooks Robinson exhibitions, except on replays and on television, but just to sit over there today and to think about some of the plays that he made last night, he must have the best instincts of anybody playing that position. And it was one of those situations where you figure if you lose a ball game, you're beaten by somebody's bat or you're beaten by outstanding pitching, and you don't really expect to have a guy cost you. We figured 6 runs.
At least.
Yeah, and he didn't make the same plays over and over. He made them going left, he made them going right, and he made them straight at him. And I think it's quite a credit to a guy that nobody in the country really hears a whole lot about, because he's probably the quietest star in the American League. But our scouting report says that he can hit the ball a long way, and our scouting report also says that he's probably the best glove over here. So it's not really surprised to see him make good plays, but it's totally surprising to see him make so many outstanding plays in one ball game.
Well, he made a play yesterday on Davey Lopes, also on Steve Garvey, also on Reggie Smith. And again here today, he made a spectacular catch of a line drive against Davey Lopes. He's got to be wondering what's going on.
Well, one of your commentators, I think it was Ross Porter, said that it seemed like he was anticipating the ball being hit where the ball was hit. Now, how can you anticipate ahead, that a guy is going to hit there? And that's just the way it appears. It appears that he has inside information that we are not privy to. Like, okay, the ball's going to be 6 feet to my right, so here I go. And it was just an outstanding play. And I guess in the last 2 days, he has taken 2 sure hits and 3 possible hits away from Davey, and it looks like it would seem like that eventually we would learn to go the other way, doesn't it?
I think you better quit testing him. Better go the other way.
Well, it's like this is my 4th World Series. We finish twice, 3 times when I've been here. I don't need any further convincing as to what it's like to finish second. So you would think that in 3 days we would be convinced that he is going to make the plays.
You know what Chuck Tanner says of the Pittsburgh Pirates? The second best thing to winning is losing, meaning that you have to be here as the second best team.
That's true. But once you do it so many times, it's awfully nice to wear that big ring and to see what it feels like to be a world's champion. But I really can't think of any more entertaining get-together for the fans of the country than the Dodgers and the Yankees. You think of that when you think of baseball tradition. I know that as a baseball fan as a kid, I was a Yankee fan, and I used to remember the rivalries that were here in New York, and I remember that World Series times, it was almost automatic. Dodgers and the Yankees, and to have us back together for 2 consecutive years, I think it's generated a lot of excitement, and I think the fans are being thoroughly entertained. That's what we're here for, to give everybody a good time.
Well, it is great entertainment. I don't know how you can top it anywhere with anything. We've been talking with Don Sutton. Don, thank you very much.
Thank you, and I see the commissioner coming over, and I don't think that there's a player in the game who won't yield for the commissioner.
He's got the power, hasn't he? Don Sutton, and now we're being graced by the Commissioner of Baseball, Bowie Kuhn, whom we talked to earlier in our pregame show. And, boy, it does look like the clouds are really breaking a little bit and passing by. The rain has stopped. The tarp is coming off the field, and we'll have some baseball coming very shortly.
I think we're going to be all right, Ralph. I'm always leery of trying to be a weatherman. It's a tough job, but our reports here indicated this little shower would come along, and it came right on schedule. We heard about it developing over in Newark a while ago, and sure enough, she came in. And they say there might be a little more rain by and by, but nothing heavy. At least we don't anticipate it. I think we'll be all right.
You know, Commissioner, I remember back, and I think the year was 1962 when they had all the rain when the Yankees in San Francisco were mixed up in the World Series. And I remember Ford Frick, who was then the commissioner of baseball, going on the air and saying, well, it stopped raining in Newark. And I've never figured out why Newark was the focal point of it all.
I don't know what Newark had to do with that one, but it certainly has something to do with this one.
So evidently Newark is very important to the position of Yankee Stadium in the Bronx.
I hope it's sunny in Newark today.
Commissioner, one of the things about this World Series, and I haven't talked to you about it before, but it is a World Series and where they're using the DH, the designated hitter. The National League does not use it in their regular season play. The American League does. What about the DH?
Well, the DH rule, I think, was an outstanding experiment. I was delighted to have the American League willing to use it. I very much encouraged it. Indeed, I cast the vote that ultimately gave the American League the right to use it. I think it's worked well in the American League. I think if you go around the league and talk to the people who operate in the league, they like it. I had really hoped that there would come a time when we would see both leagues, that is the National, willing to join in the use of it. My own view is this, Ralph. The game is a perfectly good game with or without it. I enjoy watching American League Baseball with it. I equally enjoy the other. There's a little difference in the strategy, obviously. But my position with the two leagues today is that we ought to be moving toward a uniform approach to it. Either both use it, both get rid of it, but let's don't go too long with this hybrid situation.
We've got a situation going in this World Series that has not been used before, and that's Commissioner's Baseball.
That is true. That is true. For the first time, there is a ball, and we use this year really as part of the 75th anniversary celebration of the World Series. We thought it would be nice to have our 75th anniversary logo on the baseball, and it's even got the commissioner's signature on it.
And it's the same type baseball that was used in the regular season.
It's exactly the same baseball. The only thing different is the printing on it, which shows the logo and the signature. And indeed, just to make certain that there could be no problem with it, we tested it out in a couple of late season regular games, and nobody had any problem with it.
I know that we meaning the New York Mets, whom I broadcast for, used it in one of our games, and they said, don't tell the players, because if they go 0 for 4, they'd blame the commissioner.
Yes, I think that was exactly the strategy that was used. It was the first game we used it in was the Mets at St. Louis.
Well, we've got the tarp almost off the field. It looks like play is going to resume. We've been talking to Bowie Kuhn, the commissioner of baseball. Bowie, thank you very much.
My pleasure, Ralph.
And now we'll go back upstairs to the broadcast booth, Win Elliott and Ross Porter.
Okay, Ralph, and very interesting indeed. And I can clear up some of the questions that you brought up. And the 62 thing in San Francisco, you wondered why the commissioner went on the air to announce about the weather in Newark. Well, it makes a lot of sense to me because our meteorologist is just Lawrence P. Berra has just sent us up a note about the weather that we have here, and it makes a lot of sense. He says the rain is going to stop when it stops. And I've just looked up into the sky, and all the rain seems to have stopped somewhat. The clouds are still a little on the ominous side in back of first base. Let's set the scene again, though. We've had an indeterminate delay here in the latter half of the third inning at Yankee Stadium, where the Yankees and Dodgers are engaged in the fourth game of the series. When we last left the action, the Yankees had a man on first base. They had a man at the plate, naturally. It was ball 2, strike 1, 1 out. It was Paul Blair about to bat, and the rains came down. And so we've been sort of barbering and butchering till then. Ross, when they were talking about Nettles and his instinctive play at third base, I had asked Greg just the same questions they had brought up. I had asked him, do you instinctively apply yourself? Do you know in advance what is going to happen? And he said, yes, in a sense, because he knows what the pitch is going to be. And I asked him, how do you know that? What do you think he said to me?
I'm smart.
No, he said, NYB, none of your business. But he does get signals from somewhere as to what kind of pitch it's going to be. For instance, if a Guidry is pitching and it's going to be a slider inside, he knows if the guy can get around on it, he's going to pull it down the line. If it's going to be a fastball and on the outside, he knows he'd better edge in towards the shortstop. Of course, this takes concentration, which all the ball players always talk about.
That's right.
Concentration and confidence.
And of course, scouting reports are so much a part of Major League Baseball these days, Win, that these players will study these reports. They know, for instance, like a Lopes, whether he's going to pull the ball or whether he usually will go to right center field. And so they can position themselves. I think the great thing about Nettles is the fact that he's got such tremendous reflexes.
Yeah. I happen to talk to Steve Garvey about just giving a note that I don't understand. But that's nothing. A lot of things I don't understand. I was talking to Steve Garvey. He was one of the guys that hit the hot shot down left field line that Nettles intercepted and made a put out on. And I said, Steve, you have the reputation of being all-American. You know, nice guy, always doing the right thing. When you saw that ball get trapped by Nettles, did you swear? And he said, do you want to know what I said? And I put the microphone down to him, and without translating, this is exactly what he said. Bleepity beepity boopity. Okay. What do you say we pause 5 seconds for you stations to identify yourselves on the CBS Radio Network?
WCBS, New York.
Okay, we have never left Yankee Stadium, but here we are back. And I understand we have an electronic hookup now with the weatherman of Channel 2 here in New York, Irv Gikofsky. Irv, if I manhandled your name, I'm awfully sorry, but what is the weather going to be doing to us?
Okay, Win, I have the latest radar as well as wire service here right in front of me. It looks like scattered showers just to the west of the city. Matter of fact, it's basically overcast about 45 miles to the west of the city. Look for on and off showers perhaps for the next half hour or so. I think they'll be able to squeeze the game in if they wait just a little while longer. Interestingly enough, the wind will be a big factor in the next hour, hour 15. They'll be beginning to pick up from the northwest, 15 to as high as 30 miles per hour.
Irv, when you say from the northwest, do you happen to know the way the stadium is situated? Would that be coming from behind first base?
That is a good question. I should have taken a ride up there before I said that. I think up at the stadium the winds tend to swirl a bit, but with that kind of wind it could play tricks with long fly balls.
Well, with my radar, call my eyes, I can see over the stands here behind first base and right field a series of dark, ominous clouds, and they are moving from right field towards left field, so I presume they're coming out of the northwest. Now, you seem to think that it might rain again.
Yeah, I think there's a good possibility, Win, that the showers will be on and off. I don't see a prolonged, sustained period of rain, but it could rain, any time within the next hour and a half.
All right. Thank you very much for that great news.
Okay, Wayne.
Okay, Herb. While we are here, how about some final football scores? Clemson beat Virginia 30-14. Virginia Tech took West Virginia 16-13. In the East, it was Rutgers 10, Connecticut nothing. Princeton lost to Columbia 14-10. Yale and Dartmouth. Dartmouth, that's the college that Mr. Jim Beattie went to, 10-3. Dartmouth over Yale. Did I give you the Army and Holy Cross score? Holy Cross 31, Army nothing. And the UMass, that's the University of Massachusetts 31, Boston University 7. I don't mean to be so parochial, but the time zones being what they are, naturally, the Eastern colleges finish first. Oh, and speaking of colleges, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to pause for a brief update from CBS News in New York.
CBS News. Weary legislators are busy in Washington this afternoon hoping to complete their work and adjourn for elections. I'm Bob Schieffer reporting on the CBS Radio Network. A slew of issues remain to be resolved before the 95th Congress can adjourn by tonight. The major bills are the tax cut and the energy package, as Mariah McLaughlin details.
The House is considering such measures as the Indian Child Welfare Act and the Agriculture Trade Act, waiting to vote later today or early tomorrow morning on the tax bill and the energy bill. Senate and House conferees are still working on the tax measure, and the fifth and final section of the energy bill is being held up in the Senate by a filibuster. House Speaker Thomas O'Neill says that in addition to the energy and tax bills, there is one appropriations bill that must be approved and the Humphrey Hawkins full employment measure. But the House leadership seems to have given up entirely on tuition tax credits and the hospital cost containment measures. Speaker O'Neill still insists that it is possible that the Congress can adjourn this day and says that Senate Leader Robert Byrd is also confident, despite the delays going on in the Senate now. Mariah McLaughlin, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
A new crack in the earth was reported to be growing near Laguna Beach, California and Bluebird Canyon today. 2 weeks ago, a massive unexpected landslide destroyed $15 million worth of homes. Many more are now being threatened. Police Lieutenant Al Olson in Laguna Beach says they're taking maximum precaution.
The people that are on the east end we're very concerned with because the new crack that developed is only across the street from where those homes stand. Now, all the people in the area have been evacuated since the first Monday when we had the slide. No one's been allowed to return to live. Now we're looking at it as an individual home-by-home assessment.
And in Rome, the 111 cardinals of the Roman Catholic Church were sequestered in the Sistine Chapel again today, the second time in 50 days that the princes of the church were faced with the task of electing a new pope. The cardinals will cast their first ballots tomorrow. This is Bob Schieffer, CBS News.
Back to Yankee Stadium. We're about to get back into action. Dead on first. Blair at bat. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Tommy John, the pitcher. Last of the third. No score. Ross.
The runner goes, and Blair pops it up on the left side of the infield. Russell, who had gone to the bag to cover on the runner coming down, goes back and makes the catch halfway between second and third for the second out of the inning. So, after a 39-minute rain delay, Paul Blair pops up Tommy John's first pitch after the interruption. 2 away, and here's Roy White. White grounded out to second base in the first inning. On the play, Paul Blair was running after he had opened with a single. So Blair went in sliding at second and tried to score moments later on Thurman Munson's single to right, and Reggie Smith threw him out. Tommy John lobs over to first to Steve Garvey just to keep Bucky Dent close. No score. We're in the bottom of the third inning, Game 4 of the 1978 World Series. The Yankees with 3 hits, the Dodgers with 2. John's pitch to White, in for a called strike. Usually when in a normal circumstance, Tommy LaSorda will say if a rain delay is longer than about 30 minutes, he thinks about changing pitchers. But not today. This is the World Series time. Fastball outside, 1-1 to White.
Well, that's good external thinking, but it doesn't take into account how well John might respond to the respite. But we'll find that out right now.
John looks at Dent. The 1-1 pitch to White as a slow ground ball bounced foul to the Dodger dugout on the third base side, 1-2.
So far, the delay doesn't seem to have affected it.
No score, third inning. Dodgers have stranded 3, the Yankees 1. The Yankees have Dent at first. John's pitch to White. Popped up down the right field line. Reggie Smith coming over. He's under it now and makes the catch. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. At the end of 3, no score.
When you're traveling across our country, there's a sign you're gonna see. Looks like a big yellow sun. It's the sign of quality. Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun. That's our sign, let it shine. Stay where quality comfort shines. Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun.
For almost 40 years, Quality Inns have been making people comfortable when they're away from home. Toll-free for reservations.
Quality is the most comfortable place under the sun. Quality is.
And so we go to the top of the 4th inning here at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York, where 40 minutes of rain had interrupted this ball game, the 4th of the World Series of 1978. Neither team has scored. The Yankees have 3 hits and the Dodgers 2. Tommy John, the left-hander for the Dodgers, came back after the respite and seemed none the worse for getting wet. He was in command as he had been right from the beginning of the game, although I did notice somebody hit the ball in the air, which was a novelty. He's been getting them all to bounce the ball on the ground. Now Ed Figueroa, who had a rocky first inning, a fairly rocky second inning, but then came on to get him 1, 2, 3 in the third, including a rocket down to third base where Mr. Octopus, Greg Nettles, jumped in its way and got it out of harm's way. Bill Russell flied to second base, and then he struck out Reggie Smith. And things were on a high note for the capacity crowd here at Yankee Stadium, especially when the Yankees came to bat, and the first guy up, although flied out, the next man singled, Bucky Dent, and then the rains came. And so we got to sort of jack up our spirits again and get back into the game after the 40 minutes, get into second gear. We were rocketing right along at that point. Looked like the pitchers were preparing to keep us here all night. Tommy John looks like he still might. And now let's see how Ed Figueroa will fare out. He spent the latter half of that delay in the bullpen working out. So let's see if he's warmed up or is he going to be all wet.
Steve Garvey, Ron Say, and Dusty Baker will bat for Los Angeles in the 4th inning. Garvey hit a line drive his first time up in the first inning to Lou Piniella in right field. With runners on first and second on the move after Piniella made the catch, it was an easy double play. Although Piniella first threw to first base and Chambliss went back to Dent to get the out on Bill Russell, who was standing on third base. The first pitch is a slider to Garvey outside for a ball. No score, 4th inning. Figueroa, no windup delivery, and Garvey pops it foul out of play. 1-1. Still some dark clouds out beyond the left center and center field wall at 10 minutes past 5 in New York. Tomorrow, game 5. And we get game 4 in officially here this evening. The next one outside to Garvey, ball 2, 2-1. The Dodgers have a bunt single by Bill Russell in the first, and a line single by Ron Say in the second. Their only hits off Figueroa. The 2-1 pitch to Garvey. High, very high, ball 3, 3-1. Figueroa takes a stroll out behind the mound, rubs up the baseball. Ed celebrating his 30th birthday. One of the big games of his life. He's ready. Here's a 3-1 delivery to Garvey. High, ball 4, and the Dodgers have the leadoff man aboard. For Figueroa, his 3rd walk. Remember last night, Guidry walked 7, still won 5-1. Ron Say lined a single to center field leading off the second inning and got as far as third. But then with 2 outs, Steve Yeager popped up. Say a long look to Preston Gomez at third before standing in. Figueroa to the stretch. And a throw to first, sending Garvey back standing up. Tomorrow, Jim Beattie will pitch for New York. Bert Hooton for Los Angeles. Airtime 4:15 Eastern Time on the CBS Radio Network. Say takes high and inside. So Figueroa has missed on 5 out of 6 here to start the 4th inning. And the fans a little bit apprehensive at Yankee Stadium.
The murmur.
Dusty Baker on deck. No score, 4th inning. Dodgers lead the series 2-1. The stretch by Figueroa. Garvey goes, the 1-0 pitch. High and inside. Munson's throw down on a bounce. Too late. That one decked Say, who was going to swing to protect Garvey, and he almost took it in the chin. Now Munson asked Marty Springstead to ask for help from first base umpire Frank Pulley. Pulley said Say did not swing. So 2-0, and Garvey comes up with a stolen base. And for the Dodgers, that is their 2nd steal in 4 attempts. It may have been patterned as a hit-and-run play, and Say didn't have a chance.
Well, Garvey, Figueroa, has now gone back to the early syndrome of his pitching. He's high, inside, outside, nowhere near the strike zone.
Dick Tidrow begins to throw in the Yankee bullpen. Say waiting 2-0. Nobody out. The Dodgers with Garvey at second. Here in the 4th inning. No score. The stretch by Figgy. The 2-0 pitch to Say. Pop fouled out of play over the Yankee dugout. Say 4 for 11 in the series with 4 runs batted in. He is second on the Dodger club in the runs batted in category. Davey Lopes has 5 in the series. Garvey takes his lead. Figueroa looks at him. The stretch and the 2-1 pitch to Say. A slow ground ball to short. Garvey has to hold ground. Dent throws out Say. 1 away. For a split second, Garvey had thoughts about going to third base, but he was able to correctly assess the speed of the ball that Say hit across the grass to Dent. And he wisely held on while Bucky made the throw to first.
The grass isn't that wet, but he would have been a dead duck.
Dusty Baker popped up to Dent in the 2nd inning. The Dodgers got Russell to second in the first, Say to third base in the 2nd, and Garvey's at second base with 1 out here in the 4th. Baker waiting. Figueroa's first pitch. Foul back. The Yankees had Paul Blair thrown out trying to score from second on Thurman Munson's single in the 1st inning. And that's the only runner they've had farther than first base. Figueroa just induced his first ground ball out of this game, getting Say. Baker waits. The 1-strike pitch. High and inside. 1-1. This is the first World Series in which former Major League pitchers have matched wits as managers. Bob Lemon and Tommy LaSorda. Figueroa looks at Garvey. 1-1 pitch to Baker. A fly ball to left field and deep, but White has a play on it. Garvey goes back to tag up at second. White for the catch. Garvey's going to third, and the throw is far too late. 2 away, and the Dodgers have another run 90 feet away from the pay station.
That fly ball was easily 400 feet out in Dodger Stadium. The score would have been 2-0. As far as the throw was concerned, Roy White is known all over the league as not having a strong throwing arm. Garvey was in no danger of pilfering third after that catch.
Rick Monday walked in the 2nd inning. The Dodgers had 2 men on in the first, 2 more in the 2nd. Figueroa got him in order in the 3rd. Now with 2 out, he'll have to get Monday to keep it scoreless in the 4th. Out of a windup in the pitch. Right down the middle for a called strike with a fastball.
One of the abilities a pitcher has to have in this park is to force the man to hit it to left center or dead center.
Figueroa to the windup. The 0-1 pitch, high and inside to Monday. 1-1. Paul Blair is shading Monday a bit toward left center field. At his position in center. Piniella deep and right. Figueroa's 1-1 pitch. High ball 2, 2-1. Bill North would be next. Monday and Smith, the only Dodgers who really are home run threats to right field among the Dodger starters. The 2-1 pitch. A bouncing ground ball up along first, foul to Chambliss. 2-2. Garvey returns to third base. Garvey opened the inning by walking. He stole second, but Say's ground ball to short kept Steve positioned at second. And then Bakers hit the long fly to left, and Garvey went over after the catch. 2-2 to Monday, and the crowd again coming to life as they've done throughout the first 2 games here in New York. Every time a Dodger batter gets 2 strikes on him. Clamoring for the strikeout. Figueroa's pitch. High ball 3. Monday led the Dodgers in strikeouts during the regular season. He fanned an even 100 times in 119 games. Figueroa up on top, ready to work. The windup and the 3-2 pitch to Monday. Popped up back a third down the left field line. White, Nettles, and Dent in pursuit, and it is White for the catch. Monday almost popped it between them. But White, who was playing him toward the line, got there in time to make the catch. No runs, no hits. The Dodgers leave their 4th man of the game, and at the end of 3.5, still no score.
There's a kind of man who's mighty proud of his car, and you'll hear him say out loud, I take good care of what works hard for me, so for my car, it's STP.
The man he's singing about is the kind of man who can work with his hands. A man who knows what he's doing when he changes the oil filter on his car. He knows that filter's got a lot of hard work ahead, so when he goes to buy a new one, he thinks twice, and he gets the STP double oil filter. It works full time to filter dirty oil. And when you think of how hard your engine works, that makes good sense. The STP double oil filter. When a guy thinks twice about his car.
I take good care of what works hard for me, so for my car, it's STP.
That fly, 2/3 the way up the left field foul line and a couple of feet in from it, almost resulted in a 3-way collision between shortstop Dent, third baseman Nettles, and left fielder White. White had it clearly in sight, but Nettles, trying to outdo himself in terms of his defensive play, never stopped until a last second, then just veered away as White caught the ball. Nettles took a tumble, an acrobatic tumble over, and as we watched him come in, he may have landed on the side of his jaw. At least he was flexing his jaw, and he may have hurt himself somewhat, not seriously, but that could have been a decisive play. But White managed to hold on to the ball, and so we go into the last half of the 4th inning. Neither club has scored. Figueroa a little shaky on the first 2 batters, and then he settled down and again has now come through 4 innings without being scored on. Could have happened in the first, could have happened in the second, and could have happened in the third. Rather, in the 4th. In the 3rd inning, a direct smash to third base by Lopes was intercepted by Nettles, and so that made it a 1-2-3 inning for Ed Figueroa. And as it seemed from the 2nd inning on, this has now settled down into a pitcher's battle, but any one blow can change the entire complexion of the game. We come to the last of the 4th. Captain Thurman Munson for the Yankees. Okay, Ross.
Thurman Munson singled to right field in the first inning and on the base hit. Paul Blair tried to score from second, and Reggie Smith threw him out. That's been the best scoring threat for either side, and we're scoreless as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Munson finished the year at .297, just missing his 4th straight 300 season for the Yankees. 3 hits for New York, 2 for Los Angeles. Figueroa and John hooked up in a dandy. John John to the windup, and the first one to Munson is high and away. Munson, Reggie Jackson, and Lou Piniella here in the 4th inning. John looking at the thunder of the Yankee lineup. The 1-0 pitch. That's in for a strike, 1-1. John's 1-1 pitch to Munson. Breaking ball misses low, 2-1. John's bread and butter pitch is the sinker ball. When that's working, he's a very tough customer. John winds on the 2-1 pitch. High ball 3, 3-1. John has not walked a man. He does not have a strikeout. He has scattered 3 singles. Here's his 3-1 pitch to Thurman Munson. Very high and outside, ball 4.
Ross, one obvious advantage that the New York Yankees have here, and every coach will tell you it's true, the very loud partisan crowd that gets behind the team and does everything but raises its hackles. The Yankees have the crowd helping them out.
Reggie Jackson grounded to Steve Garvey in the 1st inning. John stretches. Time call. A balk may have been called. A balk has been called, I believe, or maybe just time. Second base umpire Joe Brinkman of the American League threw his hands up. There's no balk. Jackson or Munson's going back to first base. But apparently something happened that caught Brinkman's eye, and he called time just as John was delivering to the plate. So no pitch.
Nothing happened. Back as you were. They won't be back as you were at Michigan. Michigan State beat the Wolverines, what was it, 25-15.
Quite an upset.
Yeah.
Big victory for Darrell Rogers and the Spartans. Some fan, I guess, in center field threw something in that area, and that's what Joe Brinkman cited. Now, Dodger trainer Bill Buehler will come out. I think Tommy John wants something to get the mud out of his spikes, so they'll bring out one of those tongue depressors that they use once in a while.
Let me unloose my tongue for a minute, give you some football scores. Final, Auburn 49, Vanderbilt 7. The Michigan score was 24-15 for Michigan State. Cornell 25, Harvard nothing, Brown 14, Penn nothing. Nebraska beat Kansas State 48-14. Wisconsin and Illinois 20-20 tie. I think that's all we have. Well, Alabama beat Florida, if I hadn't told you that, 23-12. Okay, Ross.
Fans reacting as Tommy John took time to kick the mud out of his spikes. Now Reggie Jackson about ready to climb back in. No score, 4th inning. Thurman Munson aboard with a leadoff walk. No count to Jackson. The stretch by John. The first one to Reggie is a slow ground ball foul. Up to Gene Michael in the Yankee coaching line at first. He looks at the ball, and now he'll give it to National League umpire Frank Pulley. Meanwhile, Marty Springstead has tossed out a new baseball to Tommy John.
The other night it was the kid against Jackson. Now it's the old pro against Jackson.
Tommy John ready to work. Looks at Munson. The 1-strike pitch to Jackson. Inside with a fastball, 1-1.
One way or another, Reggie manages to find himself in center stage.
Baker plays Jackson straight away and left. North pinched over to the alley in right center. And Reggie Smith almost to the warning track and right. John stretches. 1-1 pitch to Jackson. Low and outside with a breaking ball, 2-1. So John had been working ahead of the pitchers in the first, ahead on the pitches in the first 3 innings to the Yankee batters. But here in the 4th, he walks Munson. And he's 2-1 to Jackson. And Reggie steps out just before Tommy got ready to come to the plate.
The same business with Welch the other night in Los Angeles. Cat and mouse.
John's 2-1 pitch. Low, ball 3, 3-1. Piniella on deck. John getting into a bind here in the 4th inning. He's got to throw a strike now. Instead, he bluffs to first base. Garvey playing behind Munson. This is the kind of situation Reggie likes. 3 balls and 1 strike. Nobody out. 4th inning, no score. The stretch, the 3-1 pitch. Strike 2 call. Jackson tried to check his swing. Brinkman said it was on the, or Springstead said it was on the inside corner. So 3-2. Let's see if the Yankees send Thurman Munson.
He doesn't have great speed, but he's a very determined base runner. I think he'll go. He is. He's going, and Jackson strikes out. Foul tips it. No, he didn't foul tip it. Yeager dropped the ball and had no play. So Munson in the second, standing up. Yeager came up out of his crouch ready to throw, and the ball popped out of his glove. So Jackson strikes out, the first out of the inning. They're not booing Jackson. They're saying Lou, Lou, Lou for Piniella, who's coming up. So Jackson goes down swinging. John has his first walk and his first strikeout back-to-back here in the 4th inning. Might as well. Piniella grounded out to Ron Say his first time up. Lou is an exceptionally good low ball hitter. I've seen him hit him right off his shoe tops. Thurman Munson, who stole only 2 bases this year, just stole another one. Piniella bounces it foul to the Dodger dugout. Again, it was not a steal situation. It was hit and run on 3-2. No balls, 1 strike to the dangerous Lou Piniella. The stretch by John and the pitch. Swung on and missed, in on him. 0-2. Piniella steps out to collect his thoughts. The left-handed hitting Greg Nettles is next. No score, 4th inning. Game 4 of the World Series from New York. John out of a stretch. The 0-2 pitch. Ground ball to the left side. Say, nice play. Turns and throws to Garvey, and Munson has to hold second. So Ron Say, having seen his counterpart, Greg Nettles, come up with all the outstanding defensive plays in the series, made a pretty good play himself going in front of Russell to get Piniella. Greg Nettles grounded out to Davey Lopes, his lone time at the plate today. So Greg 2 for 13 in the series with 1 run batted in. Trying to put the Yankees ahead here in the 4th inning. Munson walked, Jackson struck out, and Munson stole second. Now Piniella has grounded out. John's first pitch to Nettles is the ground ball to Russell near second. Billy's got it, fires to Garvey in time. So the leadoff walk does not hurt Tommy John. And at the end of 4 innings, it remains Los Angeles nothing, New York nothing.
America the Mobile. You have the freedom to go where you please. But moving to another town can create certain problems, such as where to go to finance that new car or truck. Well, we're the Ford Motor Credit Company. And once you've established credit with us, you can go to any Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer anywhere in the country. And as an established customer, your credit application will be handled quickly and conveniently. At Ford Credit, we give special consideration to individuals with unusual credit problems, to people who've just moved or started a new job. And Ford Credit is as close as your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer. So remember, when you're buying or leasing a new car or truck, Ford Credit wants to give you credit for being you. Tell your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer you'd like to finance with us. Ford Motor Credit.
Getting dark here at Yankee Stadium. The breeze has sprung up. It's a little on the cool side. Something like November weather. That was a sneaky way to tell you that on November 4th, CBS Radio Sports is going to bring you the running of the Washington, D.C. International Thoroughbred Race from Laurel Racecourse in Maryland. I'm going to be there, and so will Ray Haight. Ray is going to call the race, and he's among the best. That's November 4th, our live coverage of the Washington, D.C. International from CBS Radio Sports on most of these stations. Now we're going into the 5th inning. No score. The Dodgers, no runs, 2 hits, no errors. The Yankees, no runs, 3 hits, no errors. Each team is alternated in getting a man on quick and early at the beginning of an inning, and then the pitcher tightens up, Tommy or Ed. They either pop up or ground up. It does seem like a couple of masters now that they've got the cylinders oiled. There's no question that Eddie Figueroa is now pitching his best postseason game, and Tommy John is being himself. So we go to the top of the 5th inning, and it looks like the center fielder, Billy North, is coming to bat. Ross?
Okay, Win. Bill North, Steve Yeager, and Davey Lopes for the Dodgers in the 5th inning. Figueroa has not allowed a hit since Say opened the 2nd with a single. He has issued 2 walks since then. North fly to center his first time up. Takes the first pitch inside from Figgy for a ball. Jim Beattie and Bert Hooten tomorrow. Game 5 from Yankee Stadium. We'll be on the air at 4:15 Eastern Time tomorrow afternoon. North takes a called strike on the inside corner. Checked his swing. The pitch was in there anyway. 1-1. Woody Hayes having more trouble, huh, Win? Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 2 to North.
I was about to say, you Michigan people who are wiping away the tears, you can brighten up a little. Woody Hayes' Ohio State team was defeated by Purdue 27-16.
2-1 pitch, a ground ball to the left side. This is Bucky Dent's chance from deep shortstop. The long throw in time. North is retired, short to first. That'll bring on Dodger catcher Steve Yeager. Yeager popped up to short with 2 on and 2 out in the 2nd inning. Dodgers left 11 men on base last night against Ron Guidry. They have stranded 4 over the first 4 innings this afternoon. Yankees today have left 3 on base. No score, 5th inning. Figueroa's first pitch to Yeager, outside with a fastball.
Minnesota 22, Iowa 20, and Indiana beat Northwestern 38-10.
Figueroa to the windup in the 1-0 pitch. The slider low and outside, 2-0. Figueroa has struck out 1. He has walked 3. He would be leading 1-0 had Reggie Smith of the Dodgers not thrown out Paul Blair at home plate in the 1st inning. 2-0 pitch. Line drive to right center field. That might find the alley. It is up the alley and rolling to the wall to the 385 mark. Piniella over to get it. Yeager steaming into second. He'll hold with a double. So Yeager with his 2nd hit in 10 series appearances. And the Dodgers threaten to take the lead here with 1 out in the 5th inning.
This is now the 4th time in 5 innings that they've had a man as far as second.
But still nothing to show for it, and here is the most flustered player in the World Series at the moment, one David Lopes of Providence, Rhode Island. 3 times in the last 2 games here at Yankee Stadium, Greg Nettles has robbed him of base hits. Once today in the 3rd inning on a line shot. Lopes fly to right field his first time up. Figueroa's pitch down low for a ball. The line score identical. No runs, 3 hits, no errors per side. Steve Yeager with a 1-out double to right center field takes his lead off of second base. The stretch by Ed Figueroa. And the 1-0 pitch to Davey Lopes. Slider way outside. Munson another diving stop to his right. Ball 2. Bill Russell out on deck. Lopes 4 for 16 in the series with 5 runs batted in. Figueroa behind on the count. Reads Thurman Munson's sign. Goes to the stretch. Looks at Yeager. 2-0 pitch to Lopes. Way outside again. Down and away. Ball 3, 3-0. And Lopes steps out to study third base coach Preston Gomez. Now the stretch. And the 3-0 pitch. That's in for a strike. 3-1. Once again, Dick Tidrow begins to warm up in the New York bullpen. He's been up 3 times. If you joined us along the way, we had a 40-minute rain delay during the bottom of the 3rd inning. Figgy's 3-1 pitch to Davey. Outside, ball 4. The Dodgers again have 2 runners on in the same inning, and Bill Russell coming up. That's 4 walks by Figueroa. Every inning except the third when he got the Dodgers in order. Russell a bunt single and a pop up to second this afternoon. Russell with the most hits in the World Series this year, 7. It was Russell's base hit last Saturday afternoon in Los Angeles, which gave the Dodgers the National League pennant. Slow ground ball foul on the third base side. 0-1 to Bill Russell. Reggie Smith comes out on deck. Figueroa got north to open the inning on a ground ball to shortstop, but Yeager lined the double to right center, and Lopes has walked. Russell with 1 RBI in this series, waiting for Figueroa. The 0-1 pitch. Bounced foul off Russell at home plate. Caroming out to Figueroa. It's strike 2, 0-2.
Now the crowd is starting the rhythmic applause again for the 2-strike strikeout pitch. I think Eddie would be more delighted if he could throw a ground ball double play.
Russell makes contact usually. He only struck out 34 times during the regular season. He walked only 30 times. Here's Figueroa's 0-2 pitch to him. A drive to left field into the corner at the foul pole. It is foul. Woo. He missed a 3-run homer by maybe 10 feet.
You can hear the reaction from the crowd. I think it was closer than 10 feet.
Russell had only 3 home runs this season. But he was around on that one and pulled it sharply, but foul.
That's only 312 feet down that line.
Figueroa goes to the stretch. The 0-2 pitch to Bill Russell. Swung on and missed. Got a high fastball by him. So Russell chased a bad pitch. Figueroa records his second strikeout. And it's up to Reggie Smith if the Dodgers are to take the lead in the 5th inning.
Why is it always true that when a guy hits a ball into the stands just foul, that he immediately comes back and foozles? He either strikes out or taps it to the pitcher. Invariably that happens. You almost never see a foul home run followed by a one that's good.
Reggie Smith has walked and been called out on strikes today. 2 on, 2 out, no score in the 5th. Then Figueroa's pitch. High. Ball 1. And the other thing that you see so often, and we saw it last night, Nettles makes one of his sparkling plays, and he leads off.
Yeah.
In the half inning that follows.
There's got to be something magnetic about that.
Yeager and Lopes take their leads. The pitch to Reggie Smith. A drive to right field and deep. Away back. This one is at the wall. Pinella looks up. It's gone. 3-0 Los Angeles. Reggie Smith had not hit a home run since September the 9th in Atlanta. And he bashes one with 2 on and 2 out in the 5th inning at Yankee Stadium to give the Dodgers a 3-0 lead. So we told you Figueroa had given up 22 home runs during the regular season, and he just gave up a big one in the 5th inning of World Series game number 4.
For Smith, that was his 6th home run, puts him in back of Reggie Jackson, tied with a number of others in all-time numbers of home runs in World Series.
That's number 6 for Reggie Wynn.
Yeah.
Mickey Mantle had 18, and Reggie Smith is second among switch hitters in World Series history with his half dozen. Here's Steve Garvey. Takes high and inside. So Figueroa had flirted with danger. He was getting the ball up. He was falling behind hitters, and finally with 2 out in the 5th inning and 2 on, Reggie Smith got his first home run in more than a month. Breaking ball swung on and missed by Garvey. Dodgers 3, Yankees nothing. For the Dodgers, that's their 14th home run in the last 9 World Series games. Smith had led the club in homers during the regular season with 29. Garvey takes high and inside, ball 3. So Figueroa definitely on the ropes.
This is now the 3rd Dodger home run with 2 on.
Garvey takes. It's off his bat, glancing back to the screen, strike 2. They now change the scoreboard and say it's 2-2.
In the first game, it was Lopes. In the second game, it was Say. Skipped the 3rd, and now the 4th game. 3-run homers.
Reggie Smith now with 4 runs batted in this series. Garvey today is lined out and walked. He waits for the pitch and drives one to right field and deep. Pinella going back. He's got to play in front of the warning track to make the catch. So Garvey twice today has lined out the Pinella. But the Dodgers take the lead. 3 runs, 2 hits, nobody left at the end of 4.5 innings in Game 4. Dodgers 3, Yankees nothing.
Jackie Stewart, winner of more Formula One Grand Prix automobile races than any driver in history.
Formula One racing can be incredibly expensive. Even tires and fuel don't come cheaply. Of course, in racing, the price of fuel is not much of a consideration. But when you're driving down the highway in a car that doesn't deliver such terrific gas mileage, and you've got to use premium gasoline in that car, well, then the price of gasoline should be a consideration. Paying premium prices for premium gasoline is not something I'd care to do. Not when there's a premium that sells for less than most other major premiums. Getty Premium. Getty offers quality premium gasoline without the premium price. That means you can get the power your car demands and pay less for it. So remember, when you fill up next time, fill up with Getty Premium. The premium that gives you more miles for your money.
If you had the job of picking the MVP of this series, how about it? What would you do? First game, Lopes. Second game, Say. Third game, Nettles. Fourth game, Smith. And lurking in the background, with still games to be played, the pitcher, Bob Welch, and the designated hitter for the New York Yankees, Reggie Jackson. We've gone through 4.5, and the first breakthrough has been for the Dodgers. The 3-run homer by Reggie Smith into the right field stands. So it's the Dodgers 3-4-0, the Yankees 0-3-0 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. And coming to bat for the Yankees, Chris Chambliss, still on the board for the Los Angeles Dodgers, the canny, the wily, the sinker ball specialist, the guy that got him into the series, then won the first game of the series, Tommy John. All right, Ross.
Another note on Reggie Smith's home run win. That's his 6th in the World Series competition in which he has played over the years. Remember, he was with the Boston Red Sox in the World Series over 10 years ago. He now is tied with Al Simmons, Bill Dickey, and Roger Maris with the 6 series home runs. Pretty illustrious company, I'd say.
I would think so.
Chris Chambliss bounced to short his first time up. Tommy John's first pitch of the 5th inning pops him up. Yeager, calling for it in fair territory on the third base side, makes the catch. So John jammed Chambliss and got him to pop up his first pitch. 1 away. Since the 40-minute rain delay, John has not allowed a base hit. Fred Stanley flied to center field his first time up. This is not yet an official game. John needs 2 more outs to put it in the books. Dodgers 3, Yankees nothing. On Reggie Smith's 3-run homer. Breaking ball misses outside to Stanley. John to the windup on the next one. Down the middle for a strike, 1-1. And while we talk about the exploits of Reggie Smith today, don't forget he threw out Paul Blair at home plate in the first inning. John's 1-1 pitch. On the outside corner, strike 2 to Stanley. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 out, bases empty, bottom of the 5th. John in a hurry, the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball to the left side. Tough play for Say. Short hops on the run, throws. Got him as Garvey did the splits. Great play for the Dodgers. One of their best of this series.
I would say so. And I would think that you would notice down on the field, not that the Dodgers didn't have spirit from the beginning, but now they have bounce. When Yeager made the catch of the pop fly, when Say came in to short hop that grounder. Oh, they believe in themselves. That swing by Smith and their confidence in their pitcher, Tommy Johns, had got them feeling good.
Bucky Dent's single to left field his only time up today. Takes way outside for a ball. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Yankees. John to the windup and the 1-0 pitch. A ground ball to third, backhanded by Say. Gets up, turns, throws to Garvey. He pulled to Nettles. Yankees go in order. 2 good plays by Ron Say. And at the end of 5 in Game 4, Dodgers 3, Yankees nothing.
Here's Barsman and McCormick for Quantel Business Computers.
Well, today we're talking with another businessman. Sir, will you tell us about your company?
Yes, I'm in farm animal clothing.
Oh, you sell farm animal clothing.
That's right. Little hats for chickens, bull boots, pig masks.
Well, that's extraordinary. Tell me, how do you keep track of these items?
That's a very good question. I used to have a great deal of trouble keeping track of pig mask sales figures in my moose antler inventory.
Well, you might say you were on the horns of a dilemma.
Hey, well said. Anyway, then I installed a Quantel business computer and brought everything under control.
A Quantel business computer sounds expensive.
Absolutely not. I lease my Quantel computer for a paltry $345 a month.
Excuse me, but don't you mean a paltry $345 a month?
No, I mean poultry. Because as far as I'm concerned, $345 a month for a Quantel computer is chicken feed.
For Quantel information, call toll-free 800-227-1894. In California, call 415-783-3410. Collect.
That three-run homer by Reggie Smith may have put a lot of iced champagne on that Dodger private plane that heads back after tomorrow's game, win or lose. The implications from their style of play right now are pretty obvious. And what a season this has been. Not that it's going to be over like tomorrow afternoon, but who can tell? Why don't you get yourself in a position so that you can really brag about the season by having those commemorative tickets that baseball is putting out. They're colorfully printed, plastic laminated. They're long-lasting souvenir value. For your souvenir tickets, have you heard about them? Send your check or money order for $3 to Souvenir Tickets, Box 969, San Bruno, California, 94066. That's Souvenir Tickets, Box 969, San Bruno, California, 94066. Don't forget to include your name and address. That proceeding was brought to you on behalf of Major League Baseball. Guy with a mustache is out there on the pitching mound for the New York Yankees now. Not that the starter didn't have one too, but this guy's a little taller, a little heavier. He throws from the right side, like Ed Figueroa, but he looks like Dick Tidrow, who came to the New York Yankees from the Cleveland Indians, as did first baseman Chris Chambliss, as did third baseman Greg Nettles. This Yankee team, you know, was not built by simply shoveling out the money. Very astute trades. Center fielder Mickey Rivers came from the Angels. The first baseman I've just mentioned. Their second baseman, the all-star Willie Randolph from Pittsburgh. The shortstop, a trade from the Chicago White Sox. The third baseman, a trade from Cleveland. Roy White, a homegrown Yankee right from the beginning, as is Thurman Munson behind the plate. We have some more scores. And the result of the Jockey Club Gold Cup, the mile and a half, $300,000. The winner, Nelson Bunker Hunt's Exceller. Second, Seattle Slew. Third, Affirmed. Didn't see the race, but I know exactly how it ran. Seattle Slew and Affirmed have got the speed. Exceller, the European-type runner, comes from behind with Willie Shoemaker in those magic hands. I can see him clippity-clopping right by the finish line now. Exceller, Seattle Slew, Affirmed, Dick Tidrow, and Ronnie Say.
Dick Tidrow becomes New York's second pitcher following Ed Figueroa as we go to the sixth inning. Ron Say to lead off for the Dodgers. He singled and bounced out today, and the first one's over his head. Ball one. Tidrow during the regular season for the Yankees won 7, he lost 11. Was in 31 games. His ERA was 3.84. He faced the Dodgers in the first game of this World Series in Los Angeles. He went 1 2/3 innings, allowed 1 run on 2 hits. Bill Russell doubled that night, and Reggie Smith singled him home. Say grounds one foul off his foot at home plate. 1-1. Well, I see that my alma mater win. Number 1 ranked Oklahoma, just squeezed by Kansas, 17-16.
Ooh, better sooner than later.
Say waiting for Tidrow. The 31-year-old right-hander's 1-1 pitch. It's a drive to left field down the line. It's got the distance, but it's foul. Deep in the lower deck. So Say, like Russell in the last inning, got around a little bit too quickly.
But Reggie Smith got around just in time. And it was worth 3 runs, and that's the score as we're in the top of the 6th. Dodgers 3-0.
Tidrow, like Figueroa, no wind-up delivery, and the 1-2 pitch is a ground ball foul past third. 3 runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers, no runs, 3 hits for the Yankees. It was scoreless until the 5th with 1 out. Steve Yeager, who hit 193 during the regular season for the Dodgers, blasted a triple to right center field all the way to the wall. Davey Lopes walked. Bill Russell struck out. But Reggie Smith clouded his first home run in more than a month, and his 6th in World Series competition. Tidrow's 1-2 delivery to Say. Breaking ball got him swinging. So the sidearm pitch worked on Say. That's the 3rd strikeout by the Yankee pitchers. Figueroa, in 5 innings, allowed 3 runs on 4 hits. He struck out 2 and walked 4. Dusty Baker has popped to short and flied to deep left field. "6'4" Dick Tidrow to the windup and the pitch. That's in for a called strike. Tidrow came to the Yankees along with Chris Chambliss and Cecil Upshaw in exchange for Fritz Peterson, Steve Klein, Fred Bean, and Tom Buskey in 1974. Baker bounces one foul to the Dodger dugout, 0-2. Tidrow's got an unusual nickname. They call him Mr. Dirt. Tidrow last year with the Yankees was 11-4. Also won 11 for them the first year he was here. 0-2 to Dusty Baker. 1 out, nobody on, 6th inning, 3-0 Dodgers. The pitch is outside for a ball, 1-2. Tidrow's last season as a starter primarily was 4 years ago, when he began the year at Cleveland. Yankees have used him almost entirely in relief. Baker waiting. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Another sidearm delivery. And Tidrow has fanned Say and Baker. Rick Monday has walked and popped up to shallow left field. When the Yankees come up in the 6th, they'll have the top of the order. Paul Blair, Roy White, and Thurman Munson ready to challenge Tommy John. The first pitch to Monday, in for a called strike. Richard William Tidrow. He was the Sporting News Rookie of the Year in 1972. His pitch to Monday is a broken bat looper to center field. It's going to drop in front of Blair for a single. So Monday comes up with his 2nd hit of the series. 2 away, and Bill North will come on. 5 hits for the Dodgers. 3 singles. A double by Yeager, and the big 3-run homer by Reggie Smith. North is flied to center and bounced to short. Game 5 tomorrow will pit Bert Hooton of the Dodgers against Jim Beattie of the Yankees. Airtime 4:15 Eastern Time on CBS. North bunts foul back on the screen behind the plate. We had a 40-minute rain delay in the 3rd inning. We've got more dark clouds moving in. It's almost as if the wind has shifted, Win.
It has. It's now going from left to right. It started the day from right to left.
North waiting for Tidrow. The 1-strike pitch. A ground ball to the right side. Over to his left to get it is Stanley, and he throws out North. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left at the end of 5 1/2. Dodgers 3, Yankees nothing.
The day is done. Coming home. It's time to let it go. It's the moment to unwind. Welcome home. So just say bud. Say bud. And pour the king of beers and settle back and please yourself. No matter what you do, no matter when or where, you know a glass of bud is like an easy chair. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Last of the sixth, and it's Dodgers 3, Yankees nothing. A 3-run homer by Reggie Smith in the top of the 5th. All the scoring. And you're listening to all the action on the CBS Radio Network, which brings you National Football League action every Monday night. Some weekend games and doubleheaders, too. If you like golf, how about the Masters? Racing's Triple Crown is coming around in the spring. In the summer, baseball's All-Star Game, U.S. Open Tennis Championships, and there's lots more all year long. Listen right here for CBS Radio Sports live coverage of your favorite sports events. That's on CBS, your #1 radio network for news, programs, and sports. We have the facts on that Jockey Club Gold Cup as it was run at Belmont this afternoon. The fact that Exceller made a tremendous drive, it says here, on the far turn and outdueled Triple Crown winner Seattle Slew down the muddy stretch and took the victory in the $300,000 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Affirmed, we had received the information finished 3rd. That's wrong. He finished 5th. Willie Shoemaker let the Slew and Affirm set the pace, and then, when it counted, he forged in and won it by a nose. Now, the Yankee crowd comes to life with the Yankee team. It's Tommy John facing the top of the order, Paul Blair.
Blair has singled and popped up to short. Tommy John to the windup, and his first pitch of the lower 6th inning is a breaking ball. Strike. Blair went too far around. In the first 5 innings, John threw 67 pitches. By comparison, Ed Figueroa in his 5 innings had to deal 87 pitches, and he's gone. Breaking ball is low to Blair for a ball, 1-1. Figueroa got 11 of his 15 outs through the air. The next pitch to Paul Blair. Bounce foul toward 3rd, 1-2. The Yankees have 3 singles off John, 2 of those in the first inning. Blair got the first one, a tap up the 3rd baseline, and he beat it out. Munson then singled to right field with 1 out, and Blair tried to score from 2nd, and Reggie Smith threw him out at the plate. The other Yankee hit was Bucky Dent's single to left field in the 3rd inning before the rain delay. The 1-2 pitch got him swinging on a curveball. Yeager goes out and tags him after dropping the ball, and Tommy John just picked up his 2nd strikeout. 1 away, here's Roy White, who's bounced to 2nd and flied to right. The Yankees have only 2 fly balls to the outfield that have been caught. The right-handed hitting White takes down the middle for a called strike. Other than White's fly ball to Smith, Stanley sent a fly ball to North in the same 3rd inning. 0-1 pitch, breaking ball in, called strike 2, 0-2. So
right
Tommy
now,
John rearing back and throwing strikes.
He just seems like magic.
TJ's 0-2 pitch, low with a curveball, 1-2.
With John's shutout of the Phillies helping to get him into the series, his first game win on this spectacular performance this afternoon, I don't see how the Dodgers can't get up the money.
1-2 pitch, laced foul down the first base side, 1-2. John has 9 ground ball outs in 5 1/3 innings. The next pitch to White is a ground ball to Russell's left and through into center field. Now here come the big guys, Munson and Jackson. Let's pause 5 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS Radio Network.
WCBS, New York.
And listen to this crowd. They know that this team fought from 14 or so games back to tie for the American League lead, to face down the Red Sox, and then to skip through the Kansas City Royals. They know that this club is not going to give up. The Dodgers may play better, but the Yankees are not going to give up. And that's what's happening right now.
Thurman Munson has singled, walked, and stolen a base. 1 on, 1 out, 6th inning. John's pitch, inside and low with a sinker. Only the 1914 Boston Braves ever came from farther behind than this year's Yankee team to win a pennant. The Braves were 15 games back on July the 4th. The Yankees were 14 out this year on July 19th, and they won 53 of their last 74. The pitch to Munson bounced foul on the left side, 1-1. Dodgers 3, Yankees nothing. Dodgers with 5 hits, the Yankees with 4. Ominous clouds overhead again at Yankee Stadium. 1 out, bottom of the 6th inning. Roy White at first with a 1-out single. Tommy John stretches. The 1-1 pitch to Munson. Outside, 2-1. John stumbled as he came off the mound that time. The field is in remarkably good shape considering the rain we've had since last night.
The tarpaulin kept all the rain off the infield.
Dodgers looking for their first double play of the game. John out of a stretch. And the 2-1 pitch. Bounced foul. Again toward the Dodger dugout. 2-2 to Munson. Munson 3 for 13 in the series. He's hit safely now in 13 of his 14 World Series games. Reggie Jackson waiting on deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Munson. Roy White leads away at first. Here's the pitch. Fouled out of play.
Oh, that accumulated roar on every pitch. That's what baseball is all about.
Thurman Munson was beamed the first week in September, and later in that month he was hospitalized after severe headaches and dizziness. But he's come back and, as usual, been quite a factor in the Yankee comeback story. Munson asking for time. Gets it from Marty Springstead. Now standing back in. Eyeing Tommy John. 2-2. The stretch. Here's the pitch. High, ball 3, 3-2. John doesn't want to lose Munson because Reggie Jackson would then be the tying run. John has struck out 2. He has walked 1. He walked Munson in the 4th inning. Terry Forster begins to throw in the Dodger bullpen. John stretches, looks at Roy White. The 3-2 pitch. Ball 4 is high. Here's Reggie.
It's like in the movies. In the bleachers, they're jumping up and down, exhorting Reggie. This is the time. This is the chance. Even the sophisticates in the high-priced boxes are out of their seats. The Yankees trail 3-0. They have the tying run at the plate in terms of the man who's knocked in more runs than anybody on the team in World Series play.
Reggie Jackson has grounded to Steve Garvey and struck out. 2 on, 1 out, 3-0 Dodgers. John's first pitch, high and inside. They call him Mr. October. Reggie Jackson with a chance to hurt right here.
If he hits one, they'll call him Mr. Pandemonium.
The stretch by Tommy John. The 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball in for a called strike. 1-1. John was getting his pitches up to Munson. He cannot afford to do that with Mr. Jackson on the short right field porch. The stretch by Tommy John. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed on a high inside fastball. Foul tipped into Yeager's glove. 1-2, and Reggie was trying to tie it with 1 wallop. On deck, Lou Piniella. Roy White leads away from second. Thurman Munson from first. The stretch by Tommy John. The 1-2 pitch to Reggie Jackson. Base hit right field. White being waved to the plate. He'll score 3-1 Dodgers. Jackson almost hit Thurman Munson with his smash to the right side.
Yep, Thurman had a leap to get out of the way, and so he was not able to continue on to go to third in that sharply hit ball to right field. And so the Yankees have broken through now. They trail 3-1. There's still two men on. Munson on second, Jackson on first, Lou Piniella coming to the plate, and Tom LaSorda going to the mound to speak to his left-handed pitcher, Tommy John.
When Reggie Jackson has just tied Lou Gehrig's World Series record, 8 consecutive games with at least 1 RBI.
Well, I suspect standing on first, he's grateful for that, but little disappointed that it wasn't 3 RBIs.
LaSorda's going to stay with Tommy John. Rick Rhoden, a right-hander, joins Terry Forster, the left-hander, in the Dodger bullpen. Lou Piniella will be the hitter. Twice today, he's bounced out to Ron Cey. So here in the 6th inning, Paul Blair struck out. But Roy White grounded a single to center. Thurman Munson walked. And Reggie Jackson, behind 1 ball and 2 strikes, ripped the single between first and second to drive in White. The first one to Piniella. Sinker is low. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. 1 run, 5 hits, no errors for the Yankees. Piniella waiting. John's pitch. Line drive to Russell. He bobbles it, picks it up, steps on second, goes to first, throws the ball away. Here comes a run to the plate, Munson, and we've got confusion reigning here. A line drive to Russell. He looked like he was going to stab it. He dropped the ball. He then ran over, stepped on second. He then threw to first base, and he threw it past Garvey on a bounce. Now the American League umpire, Joe Brinkman, is working at second, conferring with the National League umpire, Frank Pulley, at first. Thurman Munson has scored on the overthrow at first base, and the Dodger infielders gathered around the umpires, protesting.
What are they protesting?
I don't know, because there's certainly no infield fly rule on a line drive to Russell.
Absolutely.
Once he batted the ball down and went over and picked it up and stepped on second, that forced out Reggie Jackson, and he was throwing to first trying to get Piniella when he bounced it past Garvey. The Dodgers are going to lose the argument, I'm sure, and I think the Yankees have cut the lead to 3-2.
Munson just kept on running and scored.
Heads-up play by the Yankee catcher. I think the Dodgers might be arguing that there was some interference out there. I don't know whether they're going to argue that Russell was jostled by Munson or whether Reggie Jackson had something to do with interfering on the play, but the argument rages. And LaSorda directing his protest to first base umpire Frank Pulley. The throw may have hit Jackson. It did. It hit Reggie Jackson on the right leg. Looking at it on the videotape replay on television, the throw definitely hit Reggie Jackson. And LaSorda walking to that spot now and screaming at Frank Pulley, why didn't you see it? The run is in. It's 3-2. Russell's going to be charged with an error. The ball was hit sharply by Piniella up the middle where Russell was playing him. It looked like at first Russell would stab it, but the runners would get back. And then the ball popped out of Billy's webbing, rolled toward the bag, so he just went over, picked it up, stepped on second. Still had plenty of time to get Lou Piniella with the throw to first, but the throw hit Reggie Jackson and slipped by Garvey. Munson, who had retreated to go back to second, then took off around third and scored. And LaSorda, that's as hot as I've seen him win in 2 years.
Ross, I think LaSorda is claiming that Jackson deliberately ran into the ball, although that would be a little difficult to do when a man is throwing the ball to get in its way. However, the argument is over. As far as we know, the Yankee run, Munson going across the plate, has counted. The throw was a bouncer. No, Jackson just stood there. He has a right to the base path. It hit him in the leg and bounced by the first baseman, so it's 2 outs. Wait a minute, they got 1 out up there, Ross.
Now they're going to change it. I think the umpire's pointing out to the board.
Well, because Blair struck out to open the inning.
That's right. And Jackson is forced, so it's 2 outs.
It's 2 outs.
And here's Greg Nettles. Now timeout.
2 outs, says the umpire to the board. They'd forgotten all about Blair striking out at the beginning of the inning.
Piniella will get a run batted in. After all that's over, it'll be a fielder's choice. Well, he might not give him an RBI win. It's going to be an error on Russell.
Fielder's choice and error. You're right.
I don't think they will give him an RBI because if he makes the throw and the throw doesn't hit Jackson, they have a double play.
They still haven't corrected the board as to the number of outs.
The pitch to Nettles is inside for a ball. Nettles is bounced to second and bounced to short. Dodgers 3, Yankees 2. Nettles grounds one to the right side to Davy Lopes. He'll play it over to Garvey, and that'll do it. The Yankees are back in the game. 2 runs, 2 hits. They leave 1 at the end of 6 innings in Game 4. Dodgers 3, Yankees 2.
Did you know there's a great way to enjoy this series at home, sports fans? I'm talking about Mellow Roast coffee and grain beverage. Mellow Roast starts with 3 kinds of rich, robust coffees, and then blends in roasted grain to take away the bitter edge. So you enjoy full-flavored coffee taste without bitterness. And that should make any sports fan a Mellow Roast fan, too. Pick up some Mellow Roast at your supermarket today and enjoy great coffee taste without bitterness. It's available in ground and instant.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, it relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip. And it has added strength.
You mean added strength sign-off?
Exactly.
Added strength sign-off tablets give you pure aspirin plus 50% more sinus drainer.
To help sinus pain while you drain.
Right. And more sinus dryer for postnasal drip.
Added strength sign-off.
The sinus medicine in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
SINEOFF. Sign-off.
A bizarre half inning in which the Yankees come up with 2 runs to trail 3-2 now through 6. Let's recap that if we can. I don't know if we can. Paul Blair started off by striking out. Then Roy White singled to center field. Munson got a walk. Reggie Jackson singled sharply to right field. He almost hit Munson. Munson had to do a dive and so was unable to get to third. That's how come he was on second. Then Lou Piniella hit a low drive just to the left of second base. The shortstop, Billy Russell, went to it, seemingly had it, and likely would have had a double play, but the ball hit the heel of his glove, popped out, so it continued on, picked it up on the first bounce, stepped on second. That erased Reggie Jackson. However, Reggie Jackson was in the base path. Russell throws the ball towards first to try to double up Piniella, hits Jackson in the knee. The ball goes, shall I say, bouncing merrily to the backboards, and Thurman Munson, carrying neither nor and running all the way, scored the second run. Tom LaSorda came out, and I presume protesting that Jackson got in the way, but the umpires ruled that Jackson has a right to the base paths. It all settled down. The 2 runs counted. Greg Nettles then grounded out Lopes to first base, and we're in the top of the 7th inning. The score is 3-2 Dodgers. We've got a ball game again, and it's Mr. Tidrow and the guy who started it all, Steve Yeager.
Yeager has popped up and doubled. He leads off the 7th and drives one down the left field line, foul. Back off the line 30 feet or so. So controversy marking the 4th game of the World Series at Yankee Stadium. 3-2 Los Angeles as we go to the 7th inning. One of those runs will be earned, one will be unearned for the Yankees. Yeager swings and misses at a breaking ball from Tidrow. 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for Los Angeles. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for New York. Yeager, Lopes, and Russell to face Dick Tidrow here in the 7th inning. Here's Tidrow's pitch. Outside, 1-2. Rich Gossage begins to limber up in the Yankee bullpen. Reggie Smith's 3-run homer in the 5th has the Dodgers ahead, but the Yankees came back with 2 in the 6th, and Yeager strikes out one-handed, going for a breaking ball from Tidrow. So Tidrow has fanned 3 men in 1 1/3 innings coming out of the bullpen.
Ross, I think I said earlier that Thurman Munson was not a fast runner, but he was a determined runner. And you never can accuse him for being a spectator in a ball game. He's in it every second. He didn't hesitate. He kept going, and he scored that run. Nobody knew that he was going, except I guess you and I were watching.
Another thing that could have happened, Wynn, if Russell had known, he could have tagged Munson and then run over and stepped on second. It would have been a double play.
Sure.
Davey Lopes has flied to right, lined to third, and walked and scored ahead of Smith's homer, and he takes high from Tidrow for a ball.
Well, that play will show up in one of Taylor Spink's books as one exciting play in the 78 series.
The 1-0 pitch popped up into right field. Lou Piniella coming up. He's there and makes the catch. 2 out on the Dodgers' 7th, and Bill Russell, who figured so prominently in that controversial play in the last inning, is the hitter. Russell, a bunt single, a pop-up, and a strikeout today. Tidrow to the windup, and the first one to Russell. He's around a bunt and takes low for a ball.
Like I said before, there's been some peculiar fielding plays in this series.
Tidrow's 1-0 pitch. Grounded foul outside of third, over the Dodger dugout into the box seats. 1-1.
Yesterday, Dent refusing to accept a throw-in. Dent, the Yankees shortstop. White throwing to second base with a man standing there so that he could afford to take another one.
Here comes Dick Tidrow's 1-1 pitch to Bill Russell. Bounced foul behind the plate, 1-2. Reggie Smith on deck. 3-2 Dodgers in the 7th inning. Game 5 here tomorrow. Jim Beattie for the Yanks, Bert Hooton for the Dodgers. We'll be on the air at 4:15 Eastern Time on the CBS Radio Network. Ross Porter, Wynn Elliott, and Ralph Kiner with you from Yankee Stadium. Here's Tidrow's 1-2 pitch to Russell. Slider misses outside, ball 2, 2-2. When the Yankees hit on the bottom of the 7th, they'll have Chris Chambliss, Fred Stanley, and Bucky Dent due up. The 2-2 pitch to Russell. Line drive, base hit to center field. The Dodgers have their 6th hit. Russell has his 2nd of the day and his 8th of the series in 17 at-bats. And here's the home run man, Reggie Smith. Smith walked in the first, was called out on strikes in the 3rd, but in the 5th inning with 2 on and 2 out, he delivered a shot into the seats in right field. His first home run in 5 weeks. 5 weeks ago today, he hit one in Atlanta. The Yankees came back in the 6th, though, on 2 singles, a walk, a fielder's choice, and an error to get 2 of their own. And it's 3-2. The stretch by Tidrow. The pitch to Reggie Smith. Popped up foul, out of play. The Dodgers have hit 5 home runs in this series. 10 of their 18 runs have been the result of a home run. They lost their only game thus far in the series in which they've not homered. That was last night. They've homered in 8 of their last 9 series battles. The pitch to Reggie Smith. Popped up foul again, out of play. 0-2. The Dodgers won the first game of the series 11-5. The second one 4-3. The Yankees won last night 5-1. Today it's 3-2 Dodgers in the 7th. The left-handed hitting Reggie Smith waiting. Dick Tidrow goes to the stretch, looks at Bill Russell. 0-2 pitch to Reggie. Another pop foul back. Off speed that time. With 2 out here in the 7th, Bill Russell single. 0-2 to Reggie Smith. The stretch by Tidrow. And a pitch. Inside. Tried to get him with a fastball. Reggie laid off. 1-2. It's interesting to note that 13 of the Dodgers and 11 of the Yankees competing in this World Series played collegiate baseball before turning pro. There goes Russell. There's a drive to right center field. Piniella racing over. He's there, and he's got it. No runs. 1 hit, 1 left at the end of 6. Yankees 2.
Here's Barsman and McCormick for Quantel Business Computers.
Well, once again, we're talking with another successful businessman. Sir, tell us about your business.
I am the undisputed king of do-it-yourself kits.
Do-it-yourself kits?
That's right. Do-it-yourself bridge building, do-it-yourself buffalo breeding.
Most interesting. Well, you're obviously very successful. To what do you attribute that success?
My Quantel Business Computer.
Your Quantel Business Computer?
Must be an echo in here.
Yes. What does a Quantel Business Computer have to do with your success?
I can do it myself.
Do what yourself?
I can program it myself. For example, if I need a report on the cost of sales for my do-it-yourself brain surgery kit, I just punch a few buttons, fill in a few blanks, and voila.
Voila?
It's French for Eureka, which is Greek for saxophone.
I see. Well, tell me, how are your brain surgery kits going?
Well, so far, nobody's come back to complain.
For Quantel information, call toll-free 800-227-1894. In California, call 415-783-3410. Collect.
It's begun to rain again here at Yankee Stadium as we await the start of the bottom of the 7th inning with the Dodgers holding a 3-2 lead. The Dodgers 3-6-1, the Yankees 2-5-0. The Yankees breaking through in the bottom of the 6th with 2 runs. And as we look around, it's a little difficult for us to tell how hard it's raining, except all the box seats are using whatever umbrellas they do have. It is raining, no question about that, but somehow I suspect nothing is going to postpone this game. Of course, you're sitting with your portable radio wherever you are, or the kitchen radio, or the bedroom radio, or the bathroom radio, listening to all this sports coverage. Lucky you, and I congratulate you. And you can catch the National Football League action with Monday night and weekend games the same way. The Super Bowl, Masters, golf, Triple Crown. You're smart if you listen here on most of these stations of CBS, your #1 radio network for news, programs, and sports. In our protected booth in back of home plate, no rain, but I can feel the chill of the wind or the breeze as it comes through. And as Chris Chambliss comes to the plate to face Tommy John, bottom of the 7th, Yankees trailing by a run. John peers in. The first pitch.
Inside it is for ball 1 to Chris Chambliss. 3-2 Los Angeles. Tommy John trying to settle down after a shaky 6th inning, delivers a called strike, a fastball down the middle. 1-1 to Chambliss. Chambliss has bounced to short, popped up to Yeager. 2 for 9 in the series. A 6-game series hitting string on the line. The pitch swung on and fouled at the plate. 1-2.
It seems to have stopped raining. At least the umbrellas have been put down.
Chambliss looking for one he could pull and maybe tie the ball game right here. John to the windup and the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball up the middle, lopes to his right to backhand it. Side straddles, fires, and gets him. 1 away. That'll bring on second baseman Fred Stanley. Stanley has flied to center, and the last time up, Ron Say made a marvelous play on him at third base. Short hopping one and on the run, gunning it to Garvey just ahead of Stanley. Tommy John to the windup. And the first one to Stanley. Outside with a fastball. No one warming up in either bullpen. John trying to do it himself. The next pitch. Outside, ball 2, 2-0.
Fred, who's called a chicken, as I said before, is a looker.
The 2-0 pitch. Strike. Stanley ducking back from one that was in. Stanley hit only .219 during the regular season. Trying to get on in the 7th. Tommy John's 2-1 pitch. Ground ball to the left side to Bill Russell on 2 hops. Russell fires to Garvey, 2 out. So John throwing ground balls to the plate. Ground ball variety. 2 away, and Bucky Dent will be the hitter. Dent has singled, and the last time up, he had a base hit taken away from him by Ron Say, who dived to his right, smothered it, got up and threw him out. 3-2 Dodgers, 2 out, nobody on, bottom of the 7th. John's pitch, high fastball outside. That was Tommy John's 100th pitch. Not too many, considering it's the 7th inning and 2 out. Sinker bounced foul by Dent at the plate, 1-1. The Dodgers got 3 in the 5th. With 1 out, Yeager doubled and Lopes walked. With 2 out, Reggie Smith crashed a home run to the seats in right. And the Yankees came back with 2 in the 6th with the aid of 2 singles, a walk, a fielder's choice, and an error. Here's Tommy John's 1-1 pitch to Bucky Dent. Outside with a fastball, 2-1. John comes back on 2-1. Sinker is low, ball 3, 3-1. Paul Blair is on deck. Say guarding the line at third, trying to prevent an extra base hit. John's 3-1 pitch. In for a called strike. Dent was taking, and it's 3-2. John has struck out 2. He's walked 2. Terry Forster begins to throw again in the Dodger bullpen. 3-2. Here's the pitch. Ground ball, it's slowly to short. Russell charges from the grass, throws in time. So Tommy John, for the 3rd time in this game, gets the Yankees in order. And at the end of 7, Dodgers 3, Yankees 2.
Someday you'll own. Someday you'll own. Sooner or later you'll own Generals.
Don't buy tires until you visit your General Tire headquarters. You'll find a tire that's right for you and a price that's set for today's budget. Choose from steel-belted radial, glass-belted polyester cord, and economical 4-ply nylon cord tire. Or go with the sporty look of wide leather whites. They all incorporate General's 62 years of tire building know-how. Quality, choice, price. General has the tire for you. Check your yellow pages for the General Tire headquarters nearest you.
Sooner or later you'll own Generals. Sooner or later you'll own Generals.
Dick Tidrow has done a good job since he's come in. He's kept the Dodgers from scoring, and that's the relief pitcher's job in the middle innings. If you can keep them from adding to it while your guys start pecking away, you're in the game. And don't for 1 minute think that the Yankees aren't. They only trail by a run. One is 1 run, when at one time it was 14 games. This Yankee club has been indomitable this year. The Dodgers, of course, starting off slowly, picked up speed, and at the latter third of the inning, faced down both the Giants and the Reds just the way they wanted to. Philadelphia was supposed to have the strength, but that didn't faze the Dodgers. With this same Tommy John helping out with a 4-0 shutout, they knocked him off and became, again, the National League champions. And here they are, just 6 outs away now from taking Game 3, a commanding lead, if it indeed is to be. And here is first baseman Steve Garvey facing Dick Tidrow. Ross?
Tonight's paid attendance at Yankee Stadium, 56,445. So they had 2 fewer customers today than yesterday. Garvey has lined out twice to right field and walked. Dick Tidrow beginning his 3rd inning of relief. After replacing Ed Figueroa, deals, and Garvey swings and misses. And that sidearm breaking ball. Tidrow in the 2 innings has now delivered 29 pitches, and 22 have been strikes. The next one to Garvey. That's outside for ball 1-1. John Gallagher, who's done a great job keeping stats for us in the CBS broadcast booth, also informs us Tommy John has 13 ground ball outs in the first 7 innings. Garvey, Say, and Baker for Los Angeles in the 8th inning. Here's Tidrow's 1-1 pitch coming to Garvey. On the outside corner, called strike 2. Garvey was going to swing, he held up, and Marty Springstead said it was in there anyway. 1-2. It's 6:30 in New York. We had a 40-minute rain delay in the 3rd inning. The 1-2 pitch to Garvey. A drive to left field and deep, but Roy White going back. He's at the warning track now and has the play, 1 out. Harvey's hit the ball hard 3 times to the outfield, twice to right, once to left. There's nothing on the board, 0 for 3. Ron Say has a single and 3 at-bats. That is 9 fly ball outs for the Yankee outfielders. The first pitch to Say from Tidrow, breaking ball low and outside. When the Yankees come up in the bottom of the 8th, they'll have the top of the order: Paul Blair, Roy White, and Thurman Munson. 3-2 Dodgers, trying to hang on in Game 4. Tidrow's breaking ball is slapped foul over the Dodger dugout on a big hop. And they fight for it on the roof, and it goes back into the Dodger tunnel.
Oh, boy, that was a tough one. The one that got away.
1 ball, 1 strike to Ron Say. Reggie Smith's 3-run homer in the 5th inning propelled the Dodgers to a lead. The Yankees came back with 2 in the 6th. Now we're in the 8th. Say takes a called strike on the outside corner. Good slider by Dick Tidrow. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tidrow ready. And the 1-2 pitch to Say. Ground ball to third to Nettle. He's got it. And throws him out. 2 out in the 8th inning, and Dusty Baker coming up looking for his first hit. He's popped to short, flied to deep left, and struck out. Tidrow to the windup, but his first one to Baker. Misses outside, ball 1. Bert Hooton and Jim Beattie tomorrow in Game 5. You'll hear it here on CBS. Warm-up time, 4:15 Eastern time tomorrow. Baker swings and misses. 1-1. Beattie is one of only 4 Yankees who have not yet played in this World Series. The others are Sparky Lyle, Mike Heath, and Jay Johnstone. 5 Dodgers have not seen service: Doug Rao, Rick Rhoden, Johnny Oates, Teddy Martinez, and Vic Davalillo. 1-1 pitch to Baker is hit foul. Back into the stands, 1-2. Dodgers 3, Yankees 2. Dodgers have left 6 men on base, the Yankees 4. Rick Monday on deck. Tidrow trying to get Baker for the final out of the top of the 8th. Here's his 1-2 pitch. Bounced slowly foul. Over toward the Dodger dugout again. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Yankees. Dick Tidrow to the windup, and the 1-2 pitch to Dusty Baker. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Foul tip held by Munson. The Dodgers go in order for only the 2nd time in this game, and at the end of 7½, Dodgers 3, Yankees 2.
At Kinney, we couldn't improve on our boots, so we improved on our price. Now through October 23rd, up to $5 off on boots to go at the Great American Shoe Store.
I'd like a pair of the 14-inch snoot boots to take out, please.
Certainly, sir. Now, would you like that with a little zip on the side?
A zip, yeah.
A big selection of boots to go at Kinney, all current and up to $5 off. Boots for every member of the family.
Tell you what.
What?
Give me 1 snoot, the padded lining,
Okay.
and 1 horse boot. And hold the stitching on that, could you?
You got it, partner.
We couldn't improve our boots, so we improved our price, up to $5 off. But remember, now through October 23rd only.
I'd like 1 tan heel with strap, and 1 brick wedge, please.
Yes.
And maybe for my young daughter, the whip stitch.
Boot special.
How did you know?
Well,
Boots to go at Kinney. Fast and friendly service. Step up to Kinney and place your order now. And really step out in boots to go. From Kinney, the Great American Shoe Store.
And so the Yankees are down in the last 6 outs as they trail 3-2 in the bottom of the 8th here. And as his habit has been in the first game, Tommy John takes all the time in the world. He is just now making his way to the mound before he goes into his warm-ups. As As you will recall, earlier today, it seems like a year ago, we had a 40-minute rain delay. Ross Porter had reported that Tommy said his arm was tired, as well it might be. This is his second pitching performance with only 3 days rest. He said the fact that his arm was tired might help his delivery because he features coming over the top with the sinker ball, and when he's not that strong, the ball sinks better. Now, where is the point of no return? When does your arm get so tired that you can't get the ball where you want it? Does it happen in the 8th inning, the 9th inning, or not at all? Right now, this game rests on the good left arm, the reconstructed left arm of Tommy John. He is the key man right now, no question. Just an inning and a half left for the New York Yankees. Their fans know it, the Dodgers know it, and so does Paul Blair, who's coming up to the plate. Yeah.
Paul Blair leads off for New York. He'll be followed by Roy White and Thurman Munson. Blair has singled, popped to short, and struck out swinging. Tommy John to the windup at his first pitch. Breaking ball is outside. Ball one. John has scattered 5 singles. The 1-0 pitch. Taken low, ball 2, 2-0. Left-hander Terry Forster and right-hander Rick Rodner throwing behind John, who winds and delivers 2-0. On the inside corner for a called strike, 2-1. Blair didn't think so. Argues the point with American League umpire Marty Springstead, who just nods his head. 2-1. John into the windup of the pitch. Strike 2. Blair around the bunt, took it. On the outside corner, now Blair's even angrier at Springstead. 2-2. A swirling wind at Yankee Stadium. Flags are really whipping up ahead. 2-2 pitch to Paul Blair. A smash, left field, base hit. The tying run is on. Tommy LaSorda is coming out. He made a trip to the mound in the 6th inning and stayed with Tommy John. Now we'll see what he does here in the 8th. He's looking after the bullpen as he crosses the third base foul line.
That sharp single by Blair must make him feel very good because he's not particularly happy about the part he's played in the Yankees surge this year. He substituted occasionally for Rivers. He hasn't really felt a part of the team. He expects to be traded. There have been, well, there's no sense in going to conjecture like that at a time like this. At any rate, Blair singles sharply between short and third. He's on first as the Dodgers hold a 3-2 lead last of the 8th. Nobody out. The conference at the mound. Is LaSorda going to take out John and bring in the fireballing Forster? And don't forget there's Bob Welch out there, the 21-year-old kid who faced the Yankees down in Los Angeles. Spoke to him, and here comes somebody. LaSorda says, yep, he flailed away with his left hand. I assume he means Forster. If Forster can't handle it, there is Bob Welch waiting out there with another confrontation possibility. Wow. While all this is going on, which is really nothing, waiting for the pitcher to come in, let's pause for a brief update from CBS News in New York.
I'm Jim Kilpatrick, reporting on the CBS Radio Network. House and Senate conferees are struggling to reconcile 2 versions of the tax cut bill, which would permit the 95th Congress to adjourn today, while at the same time producing a compromise tax cut formula President Carter will not veto. The Senate Ethics Committee has refused to give Senator Edward Brooke the face-to-face showdown he wants with the lawyer who has accused a member of Brooke's staff of altering documents. Christian leaders in Lebanon have turned down a peace plan proposed by President Sarkis. The Christians say only the acceptable formula for ending the fighting with the Syrian troops is one which calls for a Syrian withdrawal from all of Lebanon. Official Syrian newspapers are calling for the eradication of the Christian militias. The doors of the Sistine Chapel at the Vatican have been sealed on more than 100 cardinals. Tomorrow, the second conclave in 2 months begins balloting to select a new pope. Now back to coverage of the World Series at Yankee Stadium.
Okay, Tommy John is leaving the arena of action and getting a well-deserved round of applause from the Yankee Stadium fans. I've been trying to do the arithmetic as fast as I can. He's allowed, up to the moment, 2 runs. Of course, Blair on first base is his responsibility. He's given up 6 hits. As I quickly run over it, I think he walked 1 and struck out 1. And as Ross has been telling you, he's been doing the job of a mole. He's been keeping the Yankees on the ground. And that's about the safest thing you can do in the ballpark, because you can't get out of the ballpark if you keep them on the ground. Now Terry Forster, who came in to relieve Tommy John in the first game. Do you have the figures? And the second game, too, do you have the figures on Terry?
Forster's been in 3 2/3 innings in this series so far, Win. Has no record. He's allowed no runs and 4 hits, struck out 6 and walked 1. He finished off for Tommy John in game 1, and then he came on in game 2 to replace Bert Hooton, and then Forster himself had to come out. It was then that Bob Welch retired Thurman Munson and Reggie Jackson in Los Angeles in game 2 for the final 2 outs.
And Forster is the one free agent that the Dodgers have. They picked him up in the open market. He is primarily a power pitcher, and there are those who say he was picked up in anticipation of just this kind of a situation, where the Yankees and the Dodgers were in the World Series, where it was the last of the 8th and the Dodgers leading 3-2, where a left-hander is more effective here because the porch is in right field. Switch hitting, Roy White comes to the plate. And here we go.
White batting right-handed. The Dodgers have to expect he may be asked to sacrifice right now to get Blair in the scoring position where either Munson or Jackson could pick him up with a tying run. Say, though, is parallel with the bag at third as Forster gets ready to work. Forster had an excellent ERA of 1.94 during the National League season for the Dodgers. The stretch by Forster, and the first one to White. Around a bunt, does bunt up to first base. Garvey's only play. He tags White, and over to second goes Blair. So the bunt was in order, and White got the job done with the sacrifice. Here comes Thurman Munson. Munson has been on base all 3 times in this game. A single and 2 walks. He also scored the second Yankee run in the 6th inning on a heads-up play after Bill Russell had dropped the line drive by Lou Piniella near second. And then to throw to first, hit Reggie Jackson on the right leg and bounced away, and Munson scored all the way from second. The tying run at second for the Yankees in the 8th inning. 1 out, 3-2 Dodgers. Terry Forster about to face Thurman Munson. Forster was 5-4 this year with the Dodgers with 22 saves. He's ready, but Munson isn't. Thurman steps out on him. Tommy John in 7 innings plus 1 batter here in the 8th. Threw 110 pitches. Forster stretches. And the first one to Munson. Popped up foul, out of play. Forster is a fastball, slider ball pitcher. His fastball has been clocked at 95 miles per hour. His slider at 91 miles per hour.
That sounds like Rich Gossage from the other side.
And surprisingly, not surprisingly, one of the things of the game. Terry Forster's best friend in baseball may well be Rich Gossage. They were together at the White Sox and with the Pirates. They talk frequently by phone. Forster at the belt. The 1-strike pitch to Munson. Bounce foul. It rolls out to Russell, but the ball hit Munson on the foot, and Thurman is down on his knees, crawling in front of the plate. That one had to hurt. 2 strikes to Munson with Reggie Jackson on deck. In the Dodger bullpen, the 21-year-old phenom, Bob Welch, and Lance Rotson are getting ready. Blair single here to start the 8th, and White sacrificed him to second. Now Munson up there, the count 0-2. Forster, who was in 47 games for the Dodgers this year, looking down to Steve Yeager, goes to the stretch. Here's the 2-strike pitch to Munson. Ground ball to third, fair ball down the line. The tying run will score. Munson's on his way to second. He's in with a double. It's 3-3.
wide to third baseline. No chance for Say. A hot shot by Munson. Brings Blair in, and like I said before, when you made up 14 games, one run won't frighten you. And now it's Reggie Jackson with Munson on second. One out. Bottom of the eighth, and the score tied 3-3. And the scoreboard has gone nuts and is not working. It still has Munson at bat with no balls, 2 strikes and 1 out, but that was yesterday.
That had to be the galling thing, too, to Terry Forster to let Munson hit an 0-2 pitch for a double to tie the game. The Yankees have bounced off the floor. They've come from 3 runs behind to tie it, and now they can take the lead. Reggie Jackson up there. He's bounced to first. He's struck out. He's singled in a run his last time up. So Tommy John will have nothing to do with this one, and neither will Ed Figueroa.
And Ross, you're going to have to keep your own balls and strikes. The scoreboard is gone.
Terry Forster, hands at the belt, looks at Thurman Munson. The first pitch to Reggie Jackson. Hit him. Hit him on the right shoulder. I think. Now he's leaning over as if it might have got him down on the wrist. Jackson hit by a pitch.
That's the second time in this series. That Reggie Jackson has been hit in a situation like this, and approximately the same spot.
Oh, I think it got him on the elbow as I look at the television replay. Jackson getting the plaudits of the crowd as he trots to first base. First and second. 1 out of the 8th, and here comes Tommy LaSorda again. Forster's given up a double to Munson to tie the game, and he hit Jackson.
Ross, Reggie Jackson was hit in the 5th inning of the second game with Munson on base, with the Yankees, of course, trailing. And this is the second time, so that occasions the response from the crowd.
LaSorda's going to go for his right-hander, Rick Rhoden, to face the right-handed hitting Lou Piniella. If he were to get to Piniella, I wouldn't be surprised to see him then come with his left-hander Rotson, since Nettles and Chambliss, 2 left-handed hitters, are due up after that.
Are you sure? Is it...
well, it might be Welch. Welch and Rhoden were both out there earlier. It's going to be Welch, I guess.
But here we've gone 3 hours and 15 minutes, 7 2/3 innings, and it's a new ball game.
So it is Bobby Welch who's being motored in from the left center field bullpen of the Dodgers.
Okay, while Bobby is making his way, and it's not going to take him very long, he's only 21. He's primarily a fastball pitcher, and he's getting driven in by the car. Let's pause for 1 moment.
There's nobody exactly like you. And that's why whatever work you do, whatever Ford or Lincoln Mercury vehicle you want, Ford Credit is ready to help. Help with simple, time-saving, flexible plans to make that car your own. You see, the automotive financing people at Ford Credit understand your needs and the importance of financing flexibility. They know how vital it is to tailor payments to your budget, to give you a helping hand if illness strikes, you're laid off, or your spouse quits work. And the credit decision is quick. In fact, your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer can handle everything right in the showroom. So remember, when you're buying or leasing a new car or truck, Ford Credit wants to give you credit for being you. Tell your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer you'd like to finance with us. Ford Motor Credit.
Okay, we're back at the stadium. Most of us are at any rate, and hearts of Ross Porter and myself as this exciting game now in the last half of the 8th inning with 1 out and 2 Yanks on. They've just tied the score. And the Dodger phenom. The Yankees have a phenom named Ron Guidry. The Dodgers have a phenom, a right-handed phenom by the name of Bob Welch. I asked him this morning how long has he been in the Dodger organization. He looked at me and said, this year. And This year is the wonderful year so far of Bob Welch. What does he do? He just rears back and throws the ball. He's got a fastball. Yeager said, you know, if the kid doesn't talk very much, it's because some of the times he's not sure that he's here. But he can throw that ball, and I don't ask for anything else, because if he's going to get beaten, why get beaten with your second best pitch? Get beaten with your first pitch. And the fact of it is that so far, they haven't been able to beat young Mr. Welch. Didn't he pitch him into the championship?
Yes, I think he did. I think he was one of the key factors. The Dodgers were able to come from 6 games behind and win the National League West, because he came up in the middle of June, and when he joined the starting rotation, the Dodger fortune seemed to change around. He won a most important game for them in San Francisco, a shutout when they were down by 4.5 games. They just lost 2 straight to the Giants at Candlestick. He pitched them into first place to stay in Philadelphia on the 16th of August. He pitched the division-clinching 4-0 shutout of San Diego and Los Angeles a couple of weeks ago, and he saved playoff game 1, not to speak of playoff game or series game 2, which you spoke of earlier. So here's Lou Piniella while Welch was warming up. Piniella was talking with Reggie Jackson. Of course, Reggie knows all about Bob Welch. He faced him for 9 pitches the other night. Piniella fouls the first fastball back. Welch, a year and a half ago, was at Eastern Michigan University. He was a teammate there of Bob Ochinko, one of the fine young pitchers in the National League, with the San Diego Padres. Last year he went to San Antonio for half a season. This year he was at Albuquerque before the Dodgers called him up. 2 on, 1 out. Welch has pitched to Piniella. Fastball is high, 1-1.
What a series this has turned out to be. The first game was, a big nothing, no tension. But from there on in, it's been fantastic.
1 ball, 1 strike to Lou Piniella. Bobby Welch stretches. Runners off first and second. Here's the pitch. High, ball 2. 2-1. The Yankees with 2 in the 6th and 1 in the 8th that fought the Dodgers. 3-3. 7 hits for the Yankees, 6 for the Dodgers. 1 error by the Dodgers turned out to be a big one. Russell's throw to first for an apparent double play at Reggie Jackson, and the Yankees got their second run out of it. Piniella 0 for 3 today. Here's a pitch from Welch. Outside with a fastball, 3-1. Munson, who doubled in the tying run, is the runner at second. Reggie Jackson, who was hit by a Terry Forster pitch, is over at first. Welch has got to throw a strike. Greg Nettles on deck. 3-1 to Piniella. Now the stretch, and the 21-year-old right-hander Bobby Welch delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 3-2. Foul tipped into Yeager's glove. Now does Bob Lemon send his runners? He doesn't have much speed, and Munson at second. Jackson at first is the trail man. Welch a strikeout pitcher. Piniella a good contact hitter. 3-2. Here we go. The stretch. The runners do not go. The pitch is foul back. 3-2.
This is heart-jumping baseball, no matter who you're rooting for, and you got to be rooting for somebody. The way these 2 teams have put out.
Here in the inning, Blair single. White sacrificed him to second, and Munson doubled him home. Then Jackson was hit by the pitch. 1 out. Welch reading Yeager, goes to the stretch. The 3-2 pitch popped up foul out of play. To a high fastball, and Piniella, protecting the plate, fouled it straight back. 3-2. Bobby Welch, out of Ferndale, Michigan, a suburb of Detroit, in his second World Series game. A tie ball game, 3-3, 8th inning. The stretch. 3-2 pitch to Piniella. Popped up on the right side. Garvey backing out in fair territory. Lopes coming over. They're going to collide. Garvey makes the catch, and the runners have to hold on. So Lopes and Garvey banged against one another in shallow right field, but Garvey made the catch in fair territory. 2 out, and here's Greg Nettles. If you're wondering about the Dodgers when they come up in the 9th inning, they'll have the lower third of the order due up. Rick Monday, Bill North, and Steve Yeager. But they could go to pinch hitters.
And I think they'll be facing Rich Gossage.
He's been warming up in the Yankee bullpen. Tidrow gave him a great 3 innings of relief in place of Ed Figueroa, who went to verse 5. Nettles today, 0 for 3. 2 ground balls to Lopes, 1 to Russell. So Welch got the right-handed hitting Piniella. Now he's got to get the left-handed hitting Nettles. 2 on, 2 out. 3-3 in the 8th. Welch at the belt, the pitch. High with a fastball, and Nettles checks his swing. 1-0. Dodgers got 3 in the 5th on Reggie Smith's home run. Yankees got 2 in the 6th and 1 in the 8th. Thurman Munson doubled home the tying run. He's at second base. Reggie Jackson at first. The stretch by Welch. The 1-0 pitch. A drive foul. Upstairs, but foul from the word go. That was halfway between the plate and the right field corner. It was so sharply pulled foul.
And almost all the way up to that rain cloud, which is everywhere now. Pitch black here in New York.
Bobby Welch goes to his stretch. Greg Nettles waits. Here's the 1-1 pitch. High and inside with a fastball. And Welch is going to the heater. He's not using the off-speed or the curveball. 2-1. Chris Chambliss is on deck. The game on the line in the 8th inning at Yankee Stadium. The stretch by Welch. The 2-1 pitch. Pop foul out of play again on the right field side, upper deck. 2-2 to Nettles.
If Welch isn't pulling the strings somewhat, Greg is really getting around on him because he's out in front. He's hitting him a mile high and halfway between home plate and first base.
Deuces on the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Trey's on the scoreboard. Dodgers 3, Yankees 3. Welch looking down to Yeager and backs off. It could be that Yeager is going through a new series of signs with Thurman Munson, the great catcher that he is, trying to steal the signs as a runner at second. Again, Welch steps back. And now Yeager calls time. He wants to trot out and talk to his young pitcher. This is no time to make a mistake.
No, but I suspect this is a lot of dressing because, as Yeager has said, he just wants his best. Now the pitching coach, Red Adams, is coming out. He wants to know what the problem is. Well, maybe legitimately there was some confusion between Yeager and his pitcher because Munson, that little old sign stealer, is out there on second, and if anybody could read a catcher, it must be him. Mr. Roly-Poly is out there, who's put the Yankees back in this ball game. One with his astute and determined base running in the 6th inning, and then with a ringing double in this, the 8th inning. The situation is 2 outs, 2-2 on the board, balls and strikes. Nettles at the plate, 2 Yankees on, and we await the next pitch.
Red Adams is back in the Dodger dugout. He's had his chat with Bobby Welch. Yeager down in a crouch. Thurman Munson leading away from second. Reggie Jackson from first. Greg Nettles waiting. The 2-2 pitch. Line drive to the right field line. In the corner, it is foul.
Oh! How?
That would have scored 2.
That would have scored 3.
If it had stayed in the ballpark. It had a line drive capabilities all the way down there, and Smith went over to take a look. But it is foul. 2-2. Remains the count to Greg Nettles.
It started off fair and curve foul. The unkindest curve of all for the Yankee Stadium fans.
So we'll do it all over at 1 minute until 7 in the evening in New York.
Ross, you never got a good wallop like that and follow it with anything good.
Here's the stretch by Welch. The 2-2 pitch. Low, ball 3. Yeager blocks the ball in front of the plate. It might have hit the bat because plate umpire Marty Springstead quickly indicated with his right hand it was a strike.
Yeah, he pointed to the bat.
So Nettles couldn't get the bat out of the way. That's a break for the Dodgers for a couple of reasons. Not only because it is no longer a 3-2 count as it would have been. It's still 2-2. If it had been 3-2, both runners could have been breaking with the pitch. Bob Welch ready to work. Greg Nettles waiting. The 2-2 pitch. Foul back. So we had a great deal in Los Angeles Wednesday night. We've got another one in New York tonight. And let's pause 5 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the CBS Radio Network.
WCBS, New York.
Bobby Welch puts his foot back on the pitching slab. Greg Nettles standing in from the left side. 2 on, 2 out. The stretch, the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3, foul tipped, held by Yeager. So Welch wins his second duel In 2 games of this World Series, he comes in to get Lou Piniella and Greg Nettles. The Yankees get the tying run on 2 hits, but they leave 2. We go to the 9th inning. What a honey this is. Dodgers 3, Yankees 3.
Here's Barsman and McCormick for Quantel Business Computers.
Well, today we're talking with another captain of industry. Sir, could you tell us about your company?
Yes, I have a company where I braid people's legs and I manufacture merry-go-round horse eyes. It's a conglomerate.
Oh, sounds complex. Tell me, how do you control this conglomerate?
Very simple. I use a Quantel Business Computer.
Oh, you're a computer expert, too.
Are you kidding? I don't know a thing about computers. I used to think that software was a programmer's long john.
Yes, then why a Quantel Business Computer?
Because it speaks my language.
What language is that?
English, my friend, English.
Oh, you mean like how now, brown cow?
That's the idea. And with Quantel's plain English programming, I didn't have to hire some white-coated wizard to help me run my business. And with the money I saved, I was able to acquire another company for my conglomerate.
What company was that?
A chain of coin-operated marriage chapels.
For Quantel information, call toll-free 800-227-1894. In California, call 415-783-3410. Collect.
I don't know what the organist is playing, but it should be Who Could Ask for Anything More? And that would stand for the entire 1978 baseball season. The magic of Pete Rose, the durability of Mr. McCovey, J.R. Richards striking out all those guys, Jim Rice, 39-year-old Carl Yastrzemski, the tremendous surge of the New York Yankees, the absolutely professional Brooklyn Dodgers, and this kind of wonderful game coming down to the top of the 9th, the 4th game, with nobody ahead, and 2 great pitchers now going to duel from now until whoever wins it. Coming in for the Yankees is Rich Gossage. Already there for the Dodgers is their wunderkind, Bob Welch. This proceeding has been presented to you on behalf of Major League Baseball, which is still so exciting, friends. We've gone 3 hours and 32 minutes now, and we're back where we started. But it can be just one blow, one error, one misplay, one bad thought, not throwing the ball the right place. It's going to be a shame for either of these 2 teams to lose. And what a thrill for the one that wins it. Ross, that's big Rich Gossage up there. And your man from, let's see, is that Rick Mundy?
Mundy it is, to be followed by Bill North, and then we'll see about Steve Yeager's spot. As we go to the 9th inning, a 3-3 deadlock at Yankee Stadium. Rich Gossage shut out the Dodgers, got all 6 men to face him in 2 innings of relief work in Los Angeles, and Mundy swings and misses at the first one. The Dodgers know all about Rich Gossage. They beat him 3 times last year in 4 decisions when he was with the Pirates. Rick Mundy in this ball game has walked, flied to left, and singled. The next one is high for a ball, 1-1. In the last 43 World Series games, 23 have been decided by 1 run. And we may have another one here tonight. Mundy swings and misses, strike 2, 1-2. So Gossage going to the fastball. Gossage, 27-year-old right-hander out of Colorado. To the windup, and the pitch to Mundy is inside. He jackknifes out of the way of a fastball, 2-2. Rich to the windup, 2-2 pitch to Mundy. Foul off Munson's mask. So the count remains even.
Ross, this is Rich's first appearance in a World Series, I guess. He didn't get in it with Pittsburgh, and certainly not with Chicago. And he's throwing the ball like it's a very important occasion to him.
Mundy up there, 2-2, leading off for Los Angeles in the 9th inning. Gossage to the windup, and the pitch. Pop fouled out of play on the left field side. Count still even. Gossage during the regular season won 10. He lost 11. He saved 27 for the Yankees, and his ERA was a glittering 2.01. 2-2 pitch to Mundy, foul back again.
Those statistics are a little misleading, Ross. The losses, almost all of them came at the beginning of the year while Rich was adjusting to whatever he was getting used to as a Yankee. From the 1/3 of the season on, he's been almost unhittable.
Mundy waiting. Gossage to the windup, and the 2-2 pitch way inside all the way to the backstop. And Mundy dropped the bat out in front of the plate. It almost got him. 3-2. Gossage's control sometimes gets him in trouble. No doubt about the stuff he has on his pitches. He can throw as hard as anybody. That's why the Yankees paid him $2,748,000 for a 6-year contract. Mundy back in waiting. The windup and the 3-2 pitch. High ball 4. He just missed with that one. So the Dodgers have the leadoff man aboard in the 9th inning. That's the 5th walk by the 3 Yankee pitchers. Figueroa yielded the other 4 in his 5 innings. And Bill North coming up, and you have to guess that North will be asked to sacrifice.
I would think so.
Yeager comes out on deck. But the Dodgers have available on the bench such men as Vic Davalillo and Manny Mota and Lee Lacy. North around a bunt, takes Hine outside for a ball. Tidrow's 3 strong innings of shutout relief in which he held the Dodgers to 2 hits and struck out 4 has to be mentioned because it kept the Yankees in the game. North having a conversation with third base coach Preston Gomez. The Yankees in 1-run games this year. They won 26 and lost 19. The Dodgers in the regular season 28 and 28. North waiting, the stretch by Gossage, the pitch, butted in the air. Nettles catches it. Mundy gets back to first. So North does not get the job done on the bunt. Too much heat from Gossage, and North popped it up. Yeager being called back, and Vic Davalillo, the ageless one from Venezuela, will come out and hit for Steve Yeager. Yeager had doubled in 3 at-bats and scored 1 of the Dodger runs. Davalillo has been around. He hit .312 for the Dodgers during the National League season. As a pinch hitter, 12 for 47 with 6 runs batted in. This will be Davalillo's first appearance in this series. It is his 4th World Series. 1 on, 1 out, top of the 9th, a 3-3 tie. The Dodgers and Yankees going right down to the wire in Game 4. Dodgers lead the series 2-1. Game 5 here tomorrow at Yankee Stadium. Jim Beattie for New York, Bert Hooton for Los Angeles. CBS will bring it to you starting at 4:15 Eastern Time. 1:15 on the West Coast tomorrow.
We've got a short delay. I imagine that's Jerry Grody who's coming in, who's going to pick up the catching.
Davalillo was in the 1971 World Series with the Pirates, the 73 Series with the A's, and last year, of course, with the Dodgers. Gossage's pitch to Davalillo is taken low for a ball.
Amazing thing about Vic is at his age that he is able to stay sharp and in condition, playing as little as he does.
Gossage out of a stretch, looks at Mundy. The pitch to Davalillo, swung on and fouled off Munson's chest protector, 1-1. When the Yankees come up in the bottom of the 9th, they are due to send up Chris Chambliss, Fred Stanley, and Bucky Dent to face Bobby Welch, who got out of a jam in the bottom of the 8th inning after the Yankees had tied it. Welch got Lou Piniella to pop up and then won a duel from Greg Nuttles and struck him out. Davalillo swings and misses at a good fastball by Gossage, 1-2. Davalillo says he's 39 years old. There are others who claim he's closer to 43. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Foul back. 1-2. Davalillo first began his professional career in 1958. He's been with the Indians, the Angels, the Cardinals, the Pirates, the A's, and now the Dodgers for the 2nd year. The stretch by Rich Gossage. The 1-2 pitch. Pop fouled out of play on the third base side. Still 1-2.
He's just punching at those pitches.
Davalillo got one of the biggest hits of the 1977 season for the Dodgers. That was a drag bunt in Philadelphia in the 3rd playoff game. Ignited a 3-run 9th inning rally. The Dodgers won it. Gossage's 1-2 pitch. Popped up foul again over the Dodger dugout, out of play. Between 1974 and last year, Davalillo played in the Mexican League. And it's there that the Dodgers found him. He was discovered by scout Charlie Metro, who'd gone down to see a pitcher named Bobby Castillo work. The stretch by Gossage, the 1-2 pitch again. Fly ball to left field. Roy White waiting for it. He's under it and makes the catch. Mundy tagged and bluffed going, but he didn't have his heart in it. 2 away in the 9th inning, and here's Davy Lopes. Lopes 0 for 3 today, plus a walk and a run scored. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Yankees. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. Another great World Series game.
The Yankee defense now regularizes itself. They had all pulled over to the left for Davalillo, who obviously was a punch hitter. That did the job, and now it's Davy.
Mundy leads away. The pitch to Lopes almost hit him high and inside. Mundy has only 2 stolen bases this year if you're thinking about him running. He was caught 4 times. Lopes at the plate, the Dodger captain. The pitch from Gossage. Popped up, down the middle of the diamond. Dent going out in the shallow center, calling Blair away. And Dent makes the catch for the final out. So the leadoff walk by Gossage does not harm him. And at the end of 8.5 innings in Game 4, Dodgers 3, Yankees 3.
There's a kind of man who's mighty proud. Proud of his car, and you'll hear him say out loud, I take good care of what works hard for me. So for my car, it's STP. Yeah, in my car, it's STP. For the kind of man who changes his own oil, there's now STP motor oil. STP adds more to its oil, more of the extras that help make an oil work. And because STP puts more into it, the guy gets more out of it. For engines in good shape, up to 15,000 miles or 1 year between oil changes and normal driving. And what that means is extra protection for the car he owns and loves. I take good care of what works hard for me. So for my car, it's STP. It's me and STP.
Coffee lovers, Mellow Roast will see you through the series with the kind of full-flavored coffee taste you'll love. Mellow Roast blends 3 kinds of rich, robust coffees with roasted grain so that the full coffee flavor comes through smooth and delicious, but without the bitterness. So make a real hit with your home team. Stock up on plenty of good Mellow Roast today and get great coffee taste without bitterness. Cup after delicious cup. Mellow Roast coffee and grain beverage. Available in ground and instant. Ross, I heard the field announcer. Do we have a substitute?
Yeah, Jerry Grody is the new catcher, taking over for Steve Yeager, who went out for pinch hitter Vic Davalillo. Of course, Grody quite a favorite still among the New York fans. He was here with the Mets, I think, 11 or 12 years. Chris Chambliss will lead off against Bobby Welch in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Yankees with a chance to win it right now and square this World Series at 2 games apiece.
Well, as of this minute, the Yankees will always have another turn at bat.
That's right. Chambliss has bounced to short, popped to the catcher, and grounded out to second base. Bobby Welch to the windup, and the pitch to Chambliss. High and outside, a fastball, ball 1. Chambliss, of course, with one of the most dramatic home runs in Yankee history 2 years ago to win the deciding playoff game against Kansas City right here at Yankee Stadium. Welch's pitch, swung on and missed. He was going for it there on a high fastball, 1-1. Chambliss waiting for Bobby Welch, who goes to the windup, the 1-1 pitch, foul back, 1-2. I would be very surprised to see Welch go with anything but the fastball. What the guys say, I'm going to the dance with what brought me there.
Right, might as well go with your best.
1-2 pitch to Chambliss, pop foul back out of play again. Chambliss during the season hit 12 home runs for the Yankees, drove in 90 runs. He went 52 games at one stretch without a home run. But that inviting 310-foot sign in the right field corner beckons for him. Bobby Welch ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch. high with a fastball, 2-2.
Remember, Chris has the tender right wrist, the tendonitis that's bothering him. He's not wearing a bandage, but I suspect he's not as free and supple as he normally would be.
Welch building to the windup. The 2-2 pitch to Chambliss. Struck him out. Foul tipped, held by Grody. So Welch has struck out 2 of the 3 Yankees he's faced. 1 away, and here, instead of Fred Stanley, will be pinch hitter Jim Spencer.
Jim has not been at bat very often this year. However, he has had dramatic home runs in the past, especially when he was a member of the Chicago White Sox last year. I think it was one day he knocked in as many as 8 runs in a single game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he has not done it as a Yankee, but he hasn't had that much chance to play.
Fred Stanley was 0 for 3 in this game. Jim Spencer, as a pinch hitter, is hitting .304 for the Yankees this year. 7 hits and 23 at-bats, including 1 home run and 9 runs batted in. Spencer was used at first base when Chambliss couldn't play in Game 2, and Jim went 1 for 4. 1 out, bases empty, bottom of the 9th. Dodgers 3, Yankees 3. Spencer used to play in the Los Angeles area with the California Angels. Waiting from the left side, Welch's pitch, very high all the way to the backstop.
Reminiscent of Ryan Duran when he pitched for the Yankees. He used to come up and warm up and by mistake throw 3 or 4 of them that high. And as you might suspect, the guys who got up the next inning were a little on the wary side.
Checking that note on the 8 RBIs win, last year Spencer twice had 2 home runs and 8 RBIs. Once against Cleveland, once against Minnesota. Here's Welch's 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Up and in on him, and Spencer took a rip. 1-1.
I suspect you would do better with a pitcher like Welch or Gossage. Instead of trying to kill the ball, they throw it so hard if you just meet it, it's going to go.
Spencer hit 7 home runs for the Yankees this year. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Pop fouled out of play, 1-2. Jim batted .227 during the season. He had 24 runs batted in. So we come to the bottom of the 9th, 3-3, and we've got a couple of flamethrowers out there named Welch and Gossage.
Yep.
Spencer waiting. Welch to the windup, and the 1-2 pitch. Looped down the third base side. Say going back. It drops foul out of his reach. Spencer came within a couple of feet of blooping a double inside the line.
And would you know, it might just be that kind of bloopy hit that could turn this game around on how, in a sense, unfair that would be. But that's the way baseball goes. For the Dodgers, that was about 2 feet the right side of the foul line. Foul.
We had a 40-minute rain delay in the 3rd inning. This game nearing the 4-hour mark. And it's been a classic, 3-3. Jim Spencer waiting. Here's Bob Welch's 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Another high fastball. So Welch showing the Yankee fans what he has shown many National League teams this summer. He's got a pretty good fastball.
4 up, 3 down by strikeouts, and a pop up to right field by Piniella.
Bucky Dent, the last man between the first extra inning game of this series. Dent has a single and 2 ground ball outs. Yankees have out-hit the Dodgers 7-6. Welch's pitch, breaking ball, in for a strike. Dodgers got 3 in the 5th on Reggie Smith's first home run in over a month. Yankees got 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th. Munson's double tied it. Bucky Dent pops one up in the shallow right center field. Billy North racing in. We're going to go to extra innings, and North makes the catch. The Yankees go in order at the end of 9 in Game 4. Yankees 3, Dodgers 3.
Don Knotts for Mailgram.
You know, politicians used to ignore me. Now I've got a way to get to them. I pick up the phone, but I don't call Washington, D.C. No. I call Western Union and send a mailgram message. Let me make one thing perfectly clear, Senator. That old impact of a telegram At a fraction of the cost, gets their attention.
When you want to get through to the powers that be, call Western Union anytime, day or night, and get their attention with a mailgram message. And now here's news about another Western Union service.
Hello?
Hello, honey. I've been robbed.
Oh, no, what happened?
I turned around for a second and my wallet was gone. Some trip. If I don't get $300 real quick, I'm gonna...
Now there's a way to handle emergencies like this with one phone call.
Hello, Western Union. I want to send a money order to my husband. My master charge number is 467...
You can send money day or night, 7 days a week, and charge it to your master charge account. Just call Western Union toll-free.
Back to Yankee Stadium. We've just completed regulation time, 9 innings, and our delightful producer, Frank Miller, has asked us to call this time and a half time from here on out. Or if you're a real rooter, and I suspect by this time you all are, whether you started off or not, it's skip a beat time. Now playing second base, of course, will be Brian Doyle with the pinch hitter for Fred Stanley. And it's power against power, Rich Gossage against Bob Welch. Both of them can throw the ball by you, just like the Bayou Bomber did all year, Ron Guidry. And I want to tell you, there isn't much you can do except try to be light about this, because what's happening down on the ball field is tense enough. And I know if you're a Yankee fan, now that the Dodgers are coming up, this is no time to breathe. If you're a Dodger fan, at least you can't lose in this half inning. Ross just jumped.
Okay, let's go to the 10th inning. The Dodgers, if you're a Yankee fan, you'll be very happy to hear this. The Dodgers have not won an extra inning game on the road all year. Bill Russell sends a fly ball to center field, but Paul Blair's got an easy play. Waiting for it and makes the catch. So Russell is 2 for 5 today. 1 out, and that'll bring on Reggie Smith, who accounted for the Dodgers' 3 runs with his 3-run homer to right field in the 5th inning. The Dodgers in extra inning games on the year have won 3 and lost 5. They were 3-2 in overtime affairs at Dodger Stadium. They were 0-3 on the road. Reggie Smith takes high for a ball. The Yankees, on the other hand, in extra inning games have won 7 and lost 6.
Well, as any true pessimist knows, the figures don't mean a thing. It's
Not
just
now.
One swing of the bat.
Reggie swings hard and misses. Rich Gossage with a good fastball, 1-1. Smith, in addition to his 3-run homer, has walked, struck out, and flied to right. The Dodgers have their big guns coming up in the 10th. The Yankees have theirs in the bottom of the 10th. Smith, the fly ball down the left field line. That'll be foul, back out of play. Carries to the upper deck. 1-2 to Smith.
That went all the way, and he just punched that one. Follows my theory. They throw so hard, all you have to do is meet the ball.
Rich Gossage to the windup in the 1-2 pitch. Fastball low and inside, 2-2. When you look back now, don't forget Reggie Smith threw out Paul Blair at home plate in the 1st inning, or we'd all be going back to the hotel or to our homes.
That's right.
2-2 to Smith. Garvey to follow. 1 out, bases empty, 10th inning. A 3-3 tie. Gossage to the windup and a pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3.
With Gossage and Welch going out there ain't no power shortage, no energy shortage at Yankee Stadium. It's just who is going to miss, who's going to throw the ball just too good. Well, one of these very proficient batters, and they are all the best, anticipates, guesses right, times it just right, and that'll be it.
Steve Garvey, 3 outfield fly balls and a walk today, and he fouls 1 out of play along the right field side. When the Yankees come up in the bottom of the 10th, they'll have Paul Blair, Roy White, and Thurman Munson. 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Yankees. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. Here's Rich Gossage's 0-1 pitch to Garvey. Foul back, 0-2. Garvey without an RBI in the first 4 games of this series. Steve at .316 during the regular season. 21 home runs, 113 runs batted in. Gossage steps back, waits for Garvey to plant his feet. Now to the windup. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Sidearmed him outside. Crossfire, missing. Ball 1-1-2. The Dodgers haven't had a hit since Russell singled with 2 out in the 7th. Now we're in the 10th. Here's the Goose's 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Gossage gets his first 2 strikeouts in a perfect 10th inning appearance. And at the end of 9 1/2 in World Series Game 4. Still, Dodgers 3, Yankees 3.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, it relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip. And it has added strength.
You mean added strength sign-off?
Exactly.
Added strength sign-off tablets give you pure aspirin plus 50% more sinus drainer.
To help sinus pain while you drain.
Right, and more sinus dryer for postnasal drip.
Added strength sign-off.
The sinus medicine in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
SINEOFF. Sign-off.
When do you say Budweiser? Whenever the moment is right for a great beer. When do you say Budweiser? Whenever the good times are moving to right here. After the work is done, while you're still having fun. Anytime's the right time to say it. When do you say Budweiser? Buzz a beer for any time at all. Say Budweiser. The smile on your face tells the world what you're thinking. 'Cause when you say Budweiser, the #1 beer is what you'll be drinking. After the work is done, while you're still having fun, the king of beers is waiting for your call. When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I don't know what the longest World Series game ever played is, but it's not important. But in 3 minutes, this one is going to be 4 hours old. And we're almost at the edge of prime time. And by prime time, I mean those pitchers. Bob Welch for the Dodgers and Rich Gossage for the Yankees. They're just steaming that ball in, and nobody's able to get a bat on it. Up comes a surprise. Mickey Rivers coming in to pitch in for Paul Blair. Mickey from the left side of the plate, a bat craftsman, can bunt, can run if his legs are right, and here, Ross, here it is.
Mickey Rivers, 3 for 8 in the series, waits for Bob Welch's first pitch and pops it foul out of play. Paul Blair went 2 for 4 today, so he had 2 of the Yanks' 7 hits. But in a percentage situation here in the 10th, Bob Lemon prefers to have the left-handed hitting Rivers face the right-hander Welch than the right-handed hitting Blair. Say way in on the grass at third. Welch to the windup and the 0-1 pitch. Pass ball popped up foul. Gertie off with the mask. Coming back, has a play, and makes the catch. 1 away. So Rivers fouls out to Grote. One out, and here's Roy White. He'll turn around and bat from the left side for the first time today. White has a single and 3 at-bats. He scored the first Yankee run in the 6th inning. The Dodgers led it 3-0 until the bottom of the 6th. New York got 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th to tie. And now they've turned it over to the fireballing relief pitchers, Rich Gossage and Bobby Welch. Welch's first one to White. Fastball in for a strike.
And this is Mr. Deliberate with the pitch-and-toed stance. So careful, so calculated, watching every pitch, Ross.
Welch is ready. The next pitch to White. Swung on and missed. Strike 2, 0-2. So Welch is rearing back and letting go. Roy White pulled the ball sharply into the seats in right field here last night in the first inning off Don Sutton for a home run. Crouches at the plate from the left side. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Outside and high with a fastball, 1-2. Can you stand more? Well, we'll be back tomorrow on CBS for Game 5. Jim Beattie and Bert Hooton, 4:15 Eastern Time. 1:15 on the West Coast tomorrow afternoon. Welch to the windup, the 1-2 pitch. High and away, ball 2, 2-2. On deck, Thurman Munson, whose 8th inning double tied the game. Munson had had 1 RBI in this series until then. Welch is ready. The 2-2 pitch to White. High, ball 3, 3-2. One of Welch's assets, and he has many, has been his control. In 111 innings, he walked only 26 men this year. But he's gone 3-2 to Roy White. The windup and a pitch. Check swing looper foul outside of third to the lower deck. So White may be trying to hold up on a rising fastball. Foul it out of play.
I'm sure Bob knows of the key home runs that Roy has hit, and so he's tried to nibble him out.
1 out, nobody on. 3-3, bottom of the 10th. Bobby Welch set. The 3-2 pitch to Roy White. High, ball 4. Welch walks his first man, and the winning run is at first base for the Yankees with 1 out. Thurman Munson coming up, and Reggie Jackson on deck. Munson has been on base all 4 times in this game. Singled in the first, walked in the 4th, walked in the 6th, and scored on an error. And then doubled inside the line at third in the 8th inning to drive home the tying run. As the Yankees overcame a 3-0 deficit with 2 in the 6th and 1 in the 8th. Munson waiting at the plate for Bob Welch. Now the stretch, and the first one to Munson. Inside with a fastball, ball 1.
If Munson can keep out of a double play, we will have the replay on that fantastic confrontation, the second game in L.A.
Say, going steady with the line behind the bag at third. He doesn't want to let Munson have a double in this spot. Welch steps off the back of the pitching rubber. Now back up on top, looking at Roy White. The 1-0 pitch popped up on the left side of the infield. Bill Russell and Ron Say looking at each other, and it's Russell who finally takes control and makes the catch. 2 away, and we're going to see the rematch. Bobby Welch and Reggie Jackson.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in this corner, a rematch for the championship of the 4th game of the World Series, Reggie Jackson. And out on the mound, the man who stopped him in their first encounter, Bob Welch. And here we go. Come on, Ross.
Jackson has bounced out, struck out, singled in a run, and been hit by a pitch. Welch at the belt. The pitch to Reggie. Fastball outside. Ball 1. Jackson's on nothing but fastballs on the 9 pitches on Wednesday night in Los Angeles in Game 2. Welch started him off with a fastball tonight. The next pitch to Jackson. Outside and high, ball 2. 2-0.
Who would have thought it would come to this?
This one's been going almost 4 hours. We're in the 10th inning.
Notice that Jackson isn't fooling around and wasting time and tweaking his cap and pinching his nose. He's just staying right in there.
He's got the count where he wants it, 2-0. Here's Welch's pitch to him. Down the middle for a called strike, 2-1. If we have an 11th inning, the Dodgers would have Ron Say, Dusty Baker, and Rick Monday due up. But Reggie Jackson trying to end it right here and get the Yankees even in this series. White leads away from first. The 2-1 pitch from Welch. A ground ball to right field, a base hit. Roy White to second and holding on is his friend from Compton, California, his hometown. Reggie Smith fires it across to Ron Say. So Jackson delivers a ground single. And now Lou Piniella has the spotlight on him. That's the first hit of Bobby Welch today.
And what a lot of respect for Reggie Smith's arm. A clean single on the ground to right field, pulled into the corner, and White, very carefully watching the flight of the ball on the ground, just rounded second but held up. He remembers Paul Blair being cut down in the first inning.
Lou Piniella was the first man Bob Welch faced in this game in the 8th inning with 2 on and 1 out. And Piniella popped up to Garvey in shallow right field. Now a base hit can win it for the Yankees. Roy White is the runner at second base. Baker, North, and Smith are the Dodger outfielders. The Yankees have out-hit the Dodgers 8-6. Here's Piniella. He's 0 for 4. He has not gotten the ball to the infield. He is especially dangerously in right now. Welch at the belt. The pitch to Piniella. Swung on and missed. A high and inside fastball. 0-1. Pinella, one of the top 5 hitters in the American League this year, swinging the bat, waiting. Here's Welch's pitch. Line drive, base hit, right center field. Here comes White. North doesn't have a play. The Yankees win.
What are you going to say that hasn't already been said? The champions finished like champions. After being down 3-0, they win it in 10, 4-3. A line drive base hit to right center by Lou Pinella. Roy White rounds third and comes in, and there's pandemonium in Yankee Stadium. And so we come back tomorrow, and that guarantees that we go back to California for Game 6. The series is now tied at 2 apiece. The winning pitcher, Rich Gossage. The loser has got to be Bob Welch. A line drive by Pinella. Nobody is leaving Yankee Stadium. 56,000 plus are standing on their feet. The ball players have disappeared into the dugouts in various stages of delight. They're watching the movies in the center field, and White is doing it again. Now Lou Pinella, with a police escort, I suppose, is going to be seen or heard nationwide. Lou, one of the great contact hitters in baseball, outspoken, early in his career, a real firebrand, his own worst enemy, used to constantly put himself in the bad end of things by wrecking all, well, he would always get mad when he couldn't get a hit. But now old Mr. Curly Head has done it for the Yankees in a game that seemed all gone in the 6th inning. In a game that's gone 4 hours and some 7 minutes. You know what? We're going to take a breather, but we'll continue our wrap-up in just a moment.
In 1969, Jackie Stewart won his first World Racing Drivers' Championship. He repeated in 1971, then again in 1973. What Jackie Stewart doesn't know about cars hasn't been written.
I do know that cars just don't perform the way they used to. One of the reasons is the unleaded gasoline that the new engines call for. Unfortunately, most unleadeds don't have the power that gasolines used to have. Well, Getty Unleaded Regular does. It delivers the kind of power you got from gasoline before they took the lead out. Getty Unleaded Regular actually delivers more power than most other major unleadeds. As an ex-racing driver, that appeals to me. And while Getty Unleaded Regular delivers more power, it costs less than most other major unleadeds. I don't know how Getty does it, but as a Scotsman, that really appeals to me.
Getty Unleaded Regular. More power for less money.
They say the 75 series between the Cincinnati Reds and the Boston Red Sox, I think it was 75, will go down in history as one of the most exciting series ever played. I agree, it will. But this one is building up to a point where 75 move over. The first game had very little tension. The Dodgers went out and won it easily, 11-5. The second game was a real toughie. I don't have to go over the ground. Again, you remember Welch striking out Jackson as the Dodgers won it 4-3. The Yankees had all kinds of chances but didn't pull it through. Yesterday, 5-1, but it was a tight ball game up until the 7th inning. Guidry didn't have it, but his mates, Nettles, a fantastic game at third base, pulled him out, and then today. Reggie Smith, a home run in the 5th inning. Let me check my stuff. A home run in the 5th inning after Yeager had doubled and Lopes had walked. That was all for the Dodgers all afternoon. The Yankees lost a run in the 1st inning when Blair was cut down by a Reggie Smith throw at the plate. In the 6th inning, the Yankees came back to score 2. Excitement. A single by White. Base on balls. Munson, Reggie Jackson a single, knocked in a run. And then that crazy fielder's choice. The line drive to Russell that bounced off his glove. He stepped on second, then threw the ball, but hit Jackson. The ball squiggled away, and as it did, Thurman Munson kept going and scored. That made it 3-2. Then in the 8th inning. Oh, boy, what a game. Then in the 8th inning, after Blair had opened with a single, a sacrifice hit, Thurman Munson doubled him home. In came Bob Welch and stopped the rally right then until we came to this, the 10th inning. Mickey Rivers flied out to open. Roy White a base on balls. Reggie Jackson a sharp single to right field. White stopped at second. And then Lou Piniella a line drive to right center. And it was all over. Not quite. What we mean is tomorrow is the 5th game. It's now tied 2 apiece. And there you have it. The Yankees defeated the Dodgers 4-3. We'll return with our post-game activities to some of the stars of the game in a minute. Ralph Kiner is going to take care of that. Whew, for Ross Porter, Frank Miller, and a whole gang of exhausted broadcasters here, this is Win Elliott for CBS Radio Sports.
Someday you'll own, someday you'll own. Sooner or later, you'll own General's.
For 60 years, General Tire has been one of the nation's leading tire manufacturers. But General Tire means more than tires. Our one-stop car care centers are staffed by experts who know how to take care of your car, whether it's wheel alignment, wheel balance, lube and oil change, muffler, shock absorbers, brake, or batteries. You get fast, dependable service using name brand parts and materials. Your car gets a free 7-point safety check, too. And best of all, it's priced right. For tires and service, check your yellow pages for the General Tire headquarters nearest you.
Sooner or later, you'll own General's. Sooner or later, you'll own General's.
A Belmont race wrap-up shortly after this post-game broadcast on News 88.
From our vantage point here in Yankee Stadium, this is Ralph Kiner, and I'm sitting with Goose Gossage, and Goose coming up with a fantastic performance of relief to come up with a victory. Goose, you came in the ball game. Your first batter was Rick Mundy, and you walked him on a 3-2 pitch, and that really isn't the way to start off when you're in a tie ball game.
Well, you're exactly right, you know, and the thing is I wanted to do is just throw strikes, and, you know, he fouled a few pitches off, and, you know, I eventually ended up walking him, but, you know, it's just a tremendous victory for us, you know.
No question about it. The Yankees are now back to a 2-2 tie, and I think one of the most exciting things that you'll ever see in a baseball field is when two hard-throwing pitchers get hooked up, and you were hooked up with Bob Welch, who was throwing the ball, I would say, about as hard as you, or maybe as hard or whatever, but both of you fellas throwing a lot of octane, as they say, really throwing fastballs and relying on the fastball all the way through. And you finished up with 2 strikeouts, striking out Reggie Smith with a fastball and then striking out Steve Garvey with a high fastball. And I think that strikeout on Garvey, you might have had about as much velocity as you can have at a pitch.
Well, you know, Ralph, getting back to Welch, I think that he, you know, has definitely come into his own. I think that, you know, he's surprised a lot of us. He throws, you know, for a young kid, he has so much composure out there. It's unbelievable. And, you know, like I say, all I wanted to do was throw strikes, and, you know, I have the velocity, and my concentration on Reggie Smith was as keen as I think it's been all year, and I just wanted to throw a pitch down and away, and it was on the knees on the black on the outside corner. I couldn't have pitched a better, you know, thrown a better pitch to him, and same with Garvey. I wanted the ball up. He's hit me well. You know, anytime that you get those guys that are real strong and they can extend their arms, you know, they can hurt you in any part of the field.
Well, as fast as you throw the ball, it's pretty hard for them to get the bat out in front, and that's the advantage you have.
Well, you know, they've seen me a few times, so they're looking dead fastball, and there's a lot of dead fastball hitters over there, but I think that, you know, anytime that you, good pitching beats good hitting anytime, I think the old saying goes.
Well, I think that's the name of the game. Pitching is it, and certainly you had it out here tonight. We're talking with Rich Gossage, who came over to the Yankees from the Pittsburgh Pirates after being with the White Sox, and the Goose here coming up with a big victory in this ball game, putting the Yankees back in a 2-2 tie. Rich, when you come in a ball game, what are you thinking about? Do you have any special thoughts?
Well, Ralph, I think that I faced the biggest part of, the biggest pressure that I can face in my whole life in that game in Boston, where you just went into Fenway Park and it was a must-win situation. And really, this game here, it's not a must situation. I know that we were down 2 games, and I think yesterday was really the must game. And then we put all our emphasis on today's game, and then tomorrow, and so on and so forth. But, anytime that you can win a game in a series like this, every game is a big game.
We've been talking with Goose Gossage, and Goose, the winning pitcher in the ball game, with a great job in relief, and thank you very much, Rich.
Thank you, Gro.
We'll be back with more after this message.
Okay. Fill her with Getty unleaded regular, please.
Hey, Clarice, you see that guy getting gas across the island? You know who that is?
No, Lester.
That guy is Jackie Stewart. Do you realize he's won 3 world driving championships? Hey, Jackie, what you doing here?
Buying gasoline.
You use Getty, too? Hey, Clarice, Jackie Stewart uses the same gasoline as Lester J. Boyle.
Well, you're in the big time now, Lester.
Hey, Jack, do you know something about Getty us regular everyday drivers don't know?
I know Getty unleaded regular burns clean like an unleaded.
I knew that.
But it's got the power of a regular gasoline.
Well, I knew that.
And it costs a few cents less than most other major unleadeds.
Is that important to great racing drivers?
To great Scottish racing drivers, it is.
Getty unleaded regular. More power for less money.
Well, after leaving runners at first and second in 3 of the first 5 innings with 1 out, and a runner at second base with no one out in the 4th inning, Reggie Smith, who had thrown out Blair trying to score from second on a single by Munson to right field, hit a 3-run home run in the 5th inning to give the Dodgers a 3-0 lead. The Yankees came back in the 6th inning to pick up 2 runs, one of them unearned. With 1 man out, a single by Roy White, a walk to Thurman Munson, and then Reggie Jackson singled to right field to drive in a run. Then the next batter, Lou Piniella, hit a line drive to the shortstop that was out of the glove of the shortstop, Bill Russell. Could have been caught in the air, would have been a double play, but he still had time to pick it up. He did pick it up, went to the bag for a force play at second base, and then threw to first base to try and complete the double play. The throw hit Reggie Jackson, who was about 15 feet off the bag at first. On the play, Munson came in to score the 2nd run of the inning. The Dodgers argued loud and long about the fact that Jackson should not have been in that position, but they lost the argument. And then the Yankees tied it up in the 8th inning, a single by Paul Blair with no one out, a sacrifice by Roy White, a double by Thurman Munson. And then the Yankees won in the 10th inning with 1 man out. Roy White walked. He then moved on down to second base when Jackson singled to right field with 2 men out, and then Lou Piniella with a single into right center field to win it for the Yankees by a score of 4-3. Gossage was the winning pitcher, Welch the losing pitcher in the ball game. So the Yankees have evened the series at 2 apiece. They'll be playing tomorrow. It'll be Jim Beattie in the mound for the Yankees against Bert Hooton for the Dodgers. Well, there it is, fans. The 4th game of the 1978 World Series. CBS Radio Sports has been happy to bring it to you. Once again, the Yankees defeated the Dodgers by a score of 4-3 in 10 innings. This broadcast has been sponsored by Menley and James Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Sign Off, the sinus medicines, by STP Products, by Western Union, and by Quantel Business Computers, the common sense business tool. Be sure to join us tomorrow afternoon for game number 5 of this Diamond Jubilee World Series. Will be on the air at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Now for Win Elliott and Ross Porter, our statistician John Gallagher, our engineers Steve Kirsch and Henry Lenz, our producer David Kerman, and Frank Miller, executive producer of CBS Radio Sports. This is Ralph Kiner saying so long from Yankee Stadium for CBS Radio Sports.
Good evening. I'm Greg Baker, WCBS New York. It's 12 minutes before 8 o'clock. Our weather forecast in detail. Also coming up in the next few minutes, a complete recap of all the winning horses and the prices paid at the Belmont track this past day, along with a review of top local headline stories on News 88.